All right, all right. I think we're good to go. Minutes late on the stream. I actually forgot. Believe it or not, I actually forgot to put my Festivus sweater on. I was like, oh, that's no good. That's no good. Gotta have Festivus for the rest of us. Well, welcome in, friends. It's an abnormal stream on a Tuesday because I had some plans on Monday with my family, so I wasn't able to go live. We're going to be live tonight. Maybe I was planning on doing a live stream on Christmas Eve. We'll see. We'll see how that works out. But we are here, friends, and we are rocking and rolling. All right, I think everything's ready to go. See, the guest boxes should be open. Let me double check the stream on YouTube. Make sure the stream's up and running. Looks like we're live on the horizontal. And we should be live on the vertical. And we are. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, good to go. Oh, shoot, I gotta go live on TikTok. Oops. Oh, boy. Not one thing, it's other. There we go. Christmas isn't real. How about that? All right, now we're going to be live on TikTok. All right, there we go. The word in Isaiah 7:14 can also mean virgin. It does not also mean virgin. I have no idea why you would think that. There's a word, Bethula means virgin. So that's the problem you got. Now, is it possible that a word like Alma can be used of a virgin? Well, yeah. I mean, it means young women. Just like in English, young woman could be used to refer to a virgin, like because some of them are. But does it actually mean virgin? No, that's preposterous. In fact, we've got. Whoop, my super chat's moved. Give me 1 second. I gotta redo something here. There we go. From BBDDBDBDBDB says the word Isaiah in 7:14. The word in Isaiah 7:14 can also mean virgin. Well, it can't. That's the problem. Yeah. So the reality is that word just means young woman. The woman was a young woman, according to the narrative. It says nothing about her virginal status at all. Even if it did mean virgin, it would also, it doesn't, but even if it did, it would be irrelevant, because saying that a virgin will conceive is not, it's not a miracle. Like, virgins, I don't know if you know this, get married, have sex, and conceive as well. Now, it'd be different if the text says that a virgin will give birth. Yeah. That would be phenomenal. If it said that there is a virgin who will give birth, and just explicitly said so, right? But the reality is the text doesn't say so, which means it's just like people coping, right? They're doing what they always do, which is saying, well, the text needs to mean what I need it to mean. So I'm just going to say that that's what it means, even if it doesn't. Oh, well, it is what it is, you know? Gaius Husky, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, friend. Says, in the garden, Doug caused Lucario's snake to rise and massaged his forbidden fruits. Holy shit. This is the rated X. I still don't know who Lucario is, by the way. And I have to look this up. Hold on. Who the hell is Lucario? Lucario. Okay, so Lucario is a hybrid dog, fox, wolf, Pokemon. Hold on, let me see. Canine, it says. Okay, so Lucario is a canine Pokemon introduced in Generation 4. Okay, well, hey, the more you know. Now I know who Lucario is. Hey, friends, welcome in. It's good to see everybody. Actually, here's the clarification. From Gaius Husky says every Sabbath Lucario paws off to dog. Oh, interesting. Okay, fair enough. So every Sabbath, Lucario is doing the red rocket. Some of you will know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know. If you don't know about Red Rocket, it's some old, maybe might even consider it deep, South Park lore at this point. If you haven't watched the Red Rocket episode of South Park, I think you're missing out. Anyways, thank you for that, friends. If you want to join the discussion, the link is tiny.cc/DZGuest if you're on YouTube. If you're watching on TikTok, you can use the guest request button just like you would normally. You don't have to use the link on the screen. The link on the screen is just for people who are watching that are not on TikTok. And so this provides a method for them to join up. 1 million and thank you for the $10 super chat. This top 10 crash out compilation was fucking excellent. Can we get a top 10 productive, wholesome one too? 1 million and I'm already ahead of you. I assembled a top 10 earlier today of good, productive conversations, and I will be publishing it this week. I don't know when. Probably Christmas. Probably publish it on Christmas because I don't think I'm going live on Christmas. I think I'm gonna be out of town. So yeah, Patrick asking, can you get the link? Dude, it's on the screen, Patrick. Do you want me to type it in for you? There's a clickable version of it in the comments. Anyways, and to share with those whom are not prophets of Doug, worship false gods like Jesus and shit. Yeah. So, I'll go ahead and publish. There's a playlist, by the way. If you go to my main channel, there's a playlist called Good Conversations. I think that I've got like 32 videos under that playlist, something like that. So we do have a playlist for people who want to see not crash outs, for people who want to see like actual mature adult human beings as opposed to crash outs. I know not everybody wants to see crash out territory. You know, some people are interested in more productive conversations. And I mean, can you blame them? I don't blame them. It is what it is. I got to get my phone open here before I forget. I think Dalton's live tonight too. Be lots of people going back and forth between Dalton's live stream and mine, I presume. All right, phone is open. Bada bing, bada boom. Good to go for notifications. Fantastic. All right, both guest boxes are open. Dobie says, Justin, you're looking fresh with the fade. Gay for Justin. Well, thank you. Is it Dobie or Dobby? I really appreciate that, friend. I do feel best with a fresh cut. And my hair goes pretty quick, so if I get a bad one, it's fine. It grows really fast. Twisted Scripture is good to see you tonight, my friend. Says, happy Tuesday, Justin. Glad you got to spend some time with the family. Thanks for all you do. Rock hard for Doug and simply what for sharing. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, the holidays are fun. It's hard to do scheduling around the holidays because everybody's, you know, flying around here and there. But I'm going to try to go live as much as I can. But after Christmas, between Christmas and New Year, I don't know how much live time I'm going to get. We'll have to wait and see on that. I might just be going live, say, in the evenings a couple times after my son goes to bed. That might be the only moment, the only time slots I'll be able to locate. But Noah's Lion says, Xmas, the day we celebrate R of a teenager. Yeah, that's the day we talk about how God told Mary, he didn't ask Mary, by the way, he told Mary that she's going to get impregnated. And that's what happened. So, I mean, happy non-consensual baby day, right? Sid Allman, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, praise Doug for a DZ stream during this holy time of year. You're one of my favorite content creators and online debate people. Enjoy the holidays. Well, thank you. Really appreciate that. We've really had a blockbuster year this year for both channels. We experienced quite a bit of growth, and we've seen quite a bit of getting our reach out to other channels like AXP and The Line. So it's been good. We've seen some changes on stream. We started the year off doing virtual backgrounds, and now it's basically my bookshelf and cats. A lot of stuff happened, but I'm glad to be here, friends. Thanks for really helping. Yeah, we started a schism too. Thanks for helping the channel grow. And Gretchen, thank you for the 311 super chat. Says schism reminder. It is real. Blame Blitz. First of all, I don't think Blitz started the schism, but second of all, he couldn't have started a schism because there's no schism, Gretchen. It's not a thing. There's no schism. This is something purely fictional. Couldn't be a schism. In fact, Dr. Blitz has got two streams too. He's streaming vertical and horizontal, and there's no schism over there. So, just saying. I don't think there's a schism. Noko, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, hey, Justin, Merry Christmas. Well, Merry Christmas to you. I've been away for family medical reasons, but I caught up on your stream. And as always, rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Noko. I really do, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate people who watch this stream back. It really helps the channel when people not just join in the live streams, but also watch the clips and rewatch the live streams that they miss. It really does help to extend the reach of the channel. You know what I mean? If you're watching right now, the link to join if you're on YouTube is tiny.cc/dzguest. And the link to join, well, not link. The way to join if you're on TikTok is just to hit that guest request button down at the bottom of the screen. Still Tax a Bit says, why did Jesus cross the road? He didn't. He rode the cross. I like that. That's a good it's a good word reversal. Yeah, there's Silo Tax. I appreciate that. That's pretty good. Thank you for the 10 Canuck bucks. And helping make it, Deconstruct says, thank you, DZ, Doug, and Sharon for holiday streams. Rock hard for Doug, Simfluent for Sharon, and Whores Rule. Well, big W for the super chat. I really appreciate that. And absolutely going to try to stream over the holidays as time allows. For anyone who wants to join in the conversation, I will reiterate the rules. You have to be at least 18, and you can't be driving. So there's no driving and living. In fact, that's how you get unalive. So if you are in a motor vehicle when you call in, you have to be pulled over. Only TikTok? No, Nate. That's the rule of TikTok and my live stream. We don't do any driving and living if we can help it. That's good way to get yourself hurt. We did have somebody once that lied, and we couldn't hear that they were driving, and they ended up hitting a curb when we were in the middle of a conversation. I wish I knew what day that was. I need to clip that. I know for sure there's a clip of it somewhere. I need to figure out where that is and save that for memory's sake, just so we can play it back. Maybe I'll put that on my soundboard. That's what we need. We got to put that on the soundboard. Gaius Husky, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, question, what's it called when God feels the future? Oh, fuck, foreskin. Unbelievable. That's an amazing joke. Hold on. Where's my soundboard? Do I have my soundboard open? I don't know if I do. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Hold on. Let me find that fucker. Where'd I put it? There we go. That was pretty good, Gaius Husky. That was really good, actually. That's 7 out of 10, maybe 7.5 out of 10. Hmm. I'm not sure how I rate that, but it was pretty good. Okay. Well, I'm going to grab one more super chat, and then we'll try to get our first guest in here. Dr. Carla, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, did you catch the Andrew from New Jersey on the line with Godless and Dalton yesterday? Only part of it, unfortunately. So I think he's banned forever now. Holy shit. What'd he say? Hope springs eternal. Straight for Justin Horse forever. Thank you for that. Andrew has said some shit. For sure. I'm not shocked that he finally said some shit that was too much shit. And now he's banned for fucking life. That's crazy. I wish I was shocked, but I'm not. Either way, thanks for letting me know. It's pretty wild. I'm going to have to finish watching it back. I didn't get to see the whole thing, so I didn't get to see the part where obviously he said some horrible things. But if I had to guess, I'd say he probably doubled down on God raping Mary if I was going to guess. All right, let me get our first guest here. We've got someone in on our YouTube queue. And it looks like it's going to be John. Welcome in, John. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in Jesus?
I believe in Doug. I love you.
Fuck yeah.
Bye.
Thanks, buddy. He pulled over his vehicle, too. Do you see that? How nice he was? I believe in Doug as well. I do believe in Doug. Not a lot of opposition tonight. Not yet, at least. We'll get some. Sometimes it's hard to get opposition at first. Like, you need one good opposition to join up, and then they start following suit, after that. Plus, it's the beginning of the live stream. Sometimes getting it takes a couple minutes for the live stream to fill up and to get it pushed out, into the algorithm. You know what I mean? But it looks like it's starting to fill up. Give me a second to look. Yep, we're starting to fill up a little bit. We're gonna be okay here. Dope. Well, let me grab a couple more super chats then while we're waiting for the Holy Spirit to load. Then send somebody here to defend Jesus and Christmas. Absent-minded professor, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says Whoville celebrated Christmas. That crucifixion must have been crazy. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Like, because in Dr. Seuss land, because like all the Whos are depicted as being good, right? So I'm trying to figure out how the crucifixion would have happened in Whoville. There's no bad people in Whoville, are there? Well, then again, according to the live motion picture of the Grinch, there are some bad people in Whoville. Yeah, listen. The Who's hung Jesus, I suppose, according to the narrative. Reverend Nate, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says Bandrew. We're calling him Bandrew now. Andrew from New Jersey is now Bandrew. Shit. Oh boy. Okay. Bandrew literally pulled the maybe she liked it about Divine Grape of Mary, and he went on and on and on. Most repulsive call by far. That's crazy. I've heard Andrew say some shit before, calling into like the line in AXP. I've never heard this. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that clip. I wish I was shocked. I'm not shocked. I wish I was, but it's amazing to me that these people have no shame. Like, they can get up on a live stream and just say that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird that they don't have like this weird inner monologue that says, hey, maybe I shouldn't say that shit. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have that inner voice that's telling them, like, maybe if you say that, bad things will happen, which is weird because supposedly God's law is supposed to be written on their heart. Then again, maybe that's proof that God is real, that God's law is written on their heart, because they will double down on the horrific shit that God did. That's probably that's something to think about. Alan in Dallas, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, just watching you is pure joy. Well, hey, thank you, Alan. I really appreciate that. Our backgrounds are very similar, except I'm actually you actually are a boomer. I love when you dog walk a Dunning-Kruger infested Philbro. Is there a place I can email or chat with you post holidays? Yeah, there's an email attached to my YouTube account. That's usually the easiest way to get a hold of me. I do have a Discord profile as well that you can access if you join the Discord link in my profile. But I got to be honest, my Discord messages are pretty backed up right now. Just one of those things. I get a lot more Discord messages than emails. And also, people tend to use Discord as like a conversation. So like I'll answer one Discord message and then I spent like the next 45 minutes just replying to one Discord message because they keep replying right away. So it like takes forever. Whereas email is way easier. Somebody sends me an email, I shoot it off, and they don't get back to me for a couple days. It's much easier to get through my emails than it is to get through Discord. But either way, those are two ways that you can get at me. Stephen says, it was the woosification. Hold on. Woosifiction. There we go. Like, how do we say crucifixion with a woo? It's a woosifiction. Woosifiction is tough. Woosifiction. If you say that, somebody is going to think that you've got some sort of a speech impediment. I don't think, unfortunately, without the context, I don't think people would get that joke, even though I think it's kind of a fun little joke. That is the problem with inside jokes, is you're missing the context. But yeah, I think that's how you'd pronounce it. Eric says, Cars 2 has Pope-mobile. What? Oh, you mean the movie Cars 2. Okay, so the movie Cars 2 has a Pope-mobile. Imagine that crucifixion. Well, so that's a fair point. How do you crucify a car? I don't even know. Like, I don't even know how you would go about doing that. But I mean, that's a fair point. Like any movie or cartoon where people are being personified as inanimate objects would be an interesting thing to parallel what's happening in the human world. SF Stolpe? Maybe I said that right. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, happy holidays, Justin. Well, happy holidays to you. Question, Matthew 15:4 isn't endorsing stoning kids. It is a rhetorical using their hypocrisy for not keeping their own rules. No, it's both. It's both. Now, I'm not suggesting that in Matthew or in Mark 7 that Jesus is demanding that they must stone children. Oh, fuck me. What I am saying, though, is that Jesus, when he chastises them for not following the law that he's mad at them that they're not following is the law that requires you to stone your children, which clearly indicates that he wants you to follow all of the law. If he didn't want you to follow that law, he never would have picked it. Like, imagine, for example, I gave you 10 rules, and then, like, I come to you 6 months later, and you're not following the rules, and, well, here's an example of one that you're not following. Clearly, I would pick the example that was most egregious, or one that would be somewhat important, or one that you're, more clearly violating. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that the passage is serving both intentions. I think he's saying, yes, you should be following all of these laws of Moses, and also don't be hypocritical by using the tradition of the elders to bypass the law of Moses. Iskander and Morse, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I figured out why the Bible God doesn't do anything anymore. The invisible Sky Daddy is too busy dodging airplanes all day. That's it. He's up there just doing dodgeball with airplanes. Yeah, I can get on board with that. 49 says, if you hate Andrew Tate as much as I do, give yourself a treat and watch his fight. Oh, he had a fight recently. I thought he was done fighting. I guess I'm too old to know. He not only lost, he showed he has no clue how to fight. Bottom bitch. Oh shit. Okay. I'll have to tune into the Andrew fight. And last super chat for now. I think we've got a guest in the box. Thank you so much, Kelly, for the $20 super chat. It says, Doug, if Jesus is more than a legend, I am curious if scripturally scientific evidence indicates December as his birthday. Happy holidays. So there's really no good argument from the scripture for his birthday being in December. In fact, we might be able to make an argument against it. That being said, I don't think any arguments for or against it from the Bible are good. The early church came up with an idea of when they thought his birth was, and it had more to do with sacred tradition than it did with what the scriptures said. So I can go get the information from the early church. I forget who was the first one that wrote it down, but there is an early church father that first introduced the idea, and he was the one who gave a pretty lengthy dissertation as to why he thought that was the correct birthday for Jesus, which would obviously indicate, the early church, Christmas wasn't as big of a deal as it is today. Like the most important holiday, you know what I mean? This wasn't. That's something that we did. All right, let's get JDJX into the guest box. Maybe. Maybe. I don't think you're going to connect. Maybe they're up here by accident as well, which is the other part of the problem. Sometimes people request up here by accident. I don't blame them. It's easy to do it. I've done it before myself. It is what it is. Well, I don't think they're going to connect. I'm going to go ahead and take a moment to add. I've done it before myself. It is what it is. Oh, he did connect. Well, I don't know. I don't think they're going to connect. I don't know what device you're using, but it's echoing like crazy. Are you with us? JD? This is a mess. JD. Equipment is a mess. Y'all can't hear him, right? I can't hear anything. If he's saying anything, I can't hear him. Yeah, I think you're right over on TikTok. I think he's up here by accident. But give me a moment to adjust the guest box so we can show the guest. And they're gone. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't hear anything either. Yeah, I don't think they were up here on purpose. Okay. 1 second. Let me move something. Hold on. Man, OBS is flaky. All right. Here we go. There we go. I got to set up the dodge counter over here still yet. Okay. Well, we're still waiting for a guest to join up. I guess it's just a Tuesday, right? It's not a special day. It's not a holy day. It's not a feast day, as far as I'm aware. I'm shocked that Christians aren't scrambling to come and defend the Christmas story. Maybe this topic is just too niche, but we'll see what happens. Lord Justify, thank you for the super chat, says, in Genesis 17, God introduces himself as El Shaddai. Yeah. Mm-hmm. believed to have originally meant God, the one of the mountain. Well, it's a little more complicated than that. Mountains are made of rocks. Doug is God. Rock hard for Doug. Score of whores. Actually, I could definitely go with that. Um, I've been on the fence about whether or not it's supposed to be God of the mountain or God of the wilderness. There seems to be probably a better case for the latter, but I appreciate what you did there. Very good. And the Greater Fool Band, thank you for the $10 super chat, says went and skimmed. You were absolutely right about Andrew and what he said. Well, I don't even know what he said. Y'all are telling me what he said. But holy shit. I mean, I got a good guess in there at least. Randy Wilson, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. I'm sorry, the 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted membership. That's huge. Randy, it's good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. And happy Festivus to you, friend. Thank you so much for supporting the channel as much as you do. It really means the world to me, friend. All right, JD came back, so maybe they're a little bit more prepared this time.
Hello.
Welcome back, JD. Are you at least 18?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm 19.
Awesome. And do you believe in Jesus?
No, I'm agnostic, but I googled the word in Isaiah 7:14, and one of the definitions was virgin. I
Well, then
googled
you're
it,
wrong.
and I also put the.
I'll just show you
I also put
in the Hebrew dictionary where it disagrees with you, because the word does not mean virgin. By the way, what dictionary did you use?
I just googled
You think
Bible.
Google's a dictionary?
Yeah, Google Translate is a translate.
It's not. Okay. Google Translate isn't a biblical Hebrew translator. What you need is an actual biblical Hebrew lexicon. And you're in luck. There's a bunch of them on the internet, and they're typically fucking free. All right, let me open the browser. Show you.
But do you agree that there are sites that say that this word also means
Buddy,
virgin?
there are websites that'll say anything you want it to. No one cares if there's a website that says a thing. I care about whether or not there's a legitimate source that says something. And the Hebrew lexicon says that it means young woman, because that's what it means. A feminine young woman. Okay. That's it. Anything beyond that is extra. Oh, what just happened to my window? Oops.
Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, I'll get it because my phone is extremely laggy, but yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, cheers.
Okay, cheers.
I have no idea why people think you can just use Google Translate to understand a language that's written thousands of years ago. It's not designed to do that, friends. It's not the purpose. Hold on, why is this window upside down? What the fuck is happening with this goddamn window? OBS, you're fuck. If you weren't free, man, you'd be so gone. All right, there we go. There we go. Now, how do I zoom in on this? There's got to be like a view. There we go. That's where I go. Brown Driver Brig Dictionary just has it as a young woman because that's all it means. And as I explained earlier, you can use the phrase young woman in basically any language to mean to also include virgins. So the fact that this word, maybe it was used somewhere at some point to refer to someone that we knew was a virgin, is meaningless to whether or not the word means virgin. It's a catch-all, just like young man is a catch-all. A young man could be a virgin or could not be a virgin. A young woman could be a virgin or not be a virgin. It's irrelevant. The word has nothing to do with somebody's sexual or reproductive status. Not related. Kelly, well, we lost our guest. We had another guest waiting to get in. They ran. Kelly, thank you for the super chat. Says, thank you, Doug. Well, shit. I agree. Thank you, Doug. Big W. And Dr. Fudge says, I still, sorry, not I, still think Topic isn't catching ops because they think it's about the movie of the same name. There's a movie called The Christmas. Oh. Really? You think so? Like, there can't be a fucking human being alive that thinks my claim is that a fictional movie is fictional. That can't be it, is it? We ran this one before. Oh well. We could just swap it. Not a problem. We could swap it for the other one. 1 second. Bum, 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 bum. This one is a little more clear cut, I think. Let me use it. This is one we used last time, I think. So let's just do that. Let me get it shrunk down to the right size. Maybe this is what we should have started with. Fair point. It's a fair point. Okay. This is a little more clear, I think. A little more clear. Dank Bird says, does Doug celebrate Festivus? You know he does. Because Festivus is for the rest of us. And Herbie Shine, my friend, thank you so much for the £5 super chat. Says, what's with 2 of my favorite YouTube hosts going live at the same time? Who do I watch? Who? The DZ or the Duncan? Well, listen, you can go back and forth, actually. We can tag team it. You don't have to, you don't have to choose. I mean, you can do a little here, a little there. You know what I mean? But yeah, normally I wouldn't be live on a Tuesday, but my schedule is kind of wonky this week because of the holidays. Thanks for being here. And Reverend Nate, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Happy Festivus, Justin, to you and all the DZ nerds. I'm home for the holidays with my mom and our 2 kitties. Well, hell yeah. To anyone having a hard time right now, remember the world is always better with you in it. That is the case. That is the case. People are the reason for the season, not some weird virgin birth. Was it in a cave? Was it in a hotel? Was it in a barn? That's not the reason for the season. Were there 3 wise men or 10 wise men? None of that matters. What matters is that there are people who love and care about you, and that's the reason for the season. Ather Rockatru, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, Fenrirson here. We keep skirting around each other in other lives, and some mutuals as a D-lister, deconstruction debater. I dream one day to cook with you. Happy Yuletide and keep the pagan atheist landscape strong. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've definitely seen you around. I'm sure we'll get the opportunity to cook together. If I'm not following you, send me a message. I'll make sure I get you followed up so I can jump into one of your live streams sometime. Happy cooking. The Molar says, love what you do. Well, thank you, Smolar. I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the stream. And John says, Merry Dogmas, Justin. Thank you for sharing the rock that rolls the woos away. That's pretty good. That's what we're doing here, friends. That's what we're doing here. Listen, don't have any Christmas blues. Because there's no reason to be sad this time of year, even if you don't believe in a sky carcass anymore, because friends are here, family are here, and we all love and care about you. Charles, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says, question, how many Christians does it take to screw in a light bulb? Answer, 0. They don't change the light bulb. They simply wait for the light to come back on. That's what it is. It'll come back any time now, within a generation. Before some of you have passed away. Some of you will still be alive when this light bulb turns on. That's a fair point. I kind of suspect that might be closer to the answer is as painful of an answer as it is, I suspect that might actually be correct, unfortunately. Zenarthran, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says Mormons are the true Christians. They were brave enough to go back to their Jewish cosplay Christian roots. That's a fair point. They did. They have the American Moses and their own self-proclaimed ethnicity. What do y'all have? We don't have much. I mean, the only thing you can really attribute to like American, well, at least Protestantism, is like manifest destiny and like the Protestant work ethic. If you guys know what that is, it's a kind of a classic cliche that came over at the same time as like manifest destiny, but that's the only claim to fame. Not much beyond that. To be fair, not much to write home about, not much to brag about. Like if you were an early American settler in the USA, you're probably just happy to have religious freedom and stop being murdered by the Catholic Church. Catholic Church was just murdering fools left and right. They weren't the only ones. So over in Geneva, John Calvin was murdering his opponents as well. In fact, let me get their names. One of his fiercest critics was killed. I kind of forget the method of his execution. Michael Servetus, I think, was the one I was thinking of. Michael Servetus, he was an anti-Trinitarian advocate. And Calvin, he didn't like this. He didn't like this at all. He was burned at the stake. John Calvin, yeah, literally burned the guy at the stake because he wasn't Trinitarian. Pretty wild. There was another one, Jacques Gruet, in 1547, who was beheaded. He was beheaded and had his body mutilated for committing blasphemy and sedition. So he was against what they were doing in Geneva, because in Geneva they were basically trying to set up like a city of God situation, like a new Jerusalem. And that it didn't go so well. It did not go so well. Believe it or not everybody was for that. And, well, the result was beheadings, burnings at the stake, so on and so forth. But, all right, let me get our first guest in here. It looks like it's going to be Pat from our YouTube queue. TikTok, a little bit shy today, not getting any guests off TikTok, but I'm sure they'll come. Maybe we'll, as the crowd grows on TikTok, more people will be filing in. But we'll get Pat in here. Pat, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
I'm 27, and I would call myself confused. I'm not here for probably the reason that a lot of people come, which is to try to make you look stupid. I'm really more here for because you're a lot smarter than me, and you know a lot of answers to questions that I don't, and I'm really kind of looking for more truth than an argument, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. What kind of questions are eating at you?
So, a little bit about me. I was baptized when I was 18. I met my old pastor, and he taught me the Bible, because I believed in God just because I just believed. I didn't know literally anything about him, right? And my pastor told me I needed to get baptized, and started showing me what you have to do to be a Christian. And it's been an interesting 9 years. I've left the faith and came back, and left and came back, and right now I'm kind of at a point where I'm like, if you would have asked me a month ago if I believed in Jesus, I would say yes. And today I'm more like, I don't know, right?
Yeah.
So what's brought me to where I am is I actually had a personal experience, and it doesn't prove Jesus, right? It's just an experience I had. I was talking to God outside, and I felt this presence come upon me, and it was just this like strong feeling of love that I'd never felt before, and it just it was so profound to me that I actually stopped doing a lot of bad shit that I was doing
Mm-hmm.
and started like changing myself because whatever I experienced was just so powerful to me, right? But getting into the Bible has pushed me kind of back on the fence, I guess. Um,
Interesting.
so I've been watching your videos. I've been like hoping that you would go live. I was like scared that you would wait till after Christmas, and I'm like, damn, I really want to talk to this guy, you know. But so where I'm at is like there are some things that Jesus says that I totally agree with. Like, there's no greater love than to lay down your life for your friend. I can't. The only thing I can think of that's a greater love than that would be not to die for your friend, but to live every day for your friend. Like, you choose to be alive and take care of your friends and family. I think that would be more loving than dying. But I do see the honor in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I believe that you should take care of hungry, sick people and not ignore. Like if somebody's on the street naked, you obviously should clothe them, right? But
Mm-hmm.
um, the parts that have caused me to, I'll tell you this: the only reason that I haven't departed from the faith is fear. I'm scared
Yep.
because the Old Testament God, after learning about what He does and what He condones, I can verify that Jesus is His Son because Jesus made everything harder and made it like I will say this, I will declare this: if you live in the United States of America, unless you are just really fortunate to be homeless in a place where you're not addicted to drugs, uh, you're not going to make it, because in Luke Jesus says, woe to you who are filled now and who laugh now, and woe to you rich, because you've received your comfort. And so basically, you know, Jesus is saying if you get a full belly every day and you're happy, you're fucked, bro. Like you're done.
Yeah. So
So
let's dissect some things here. So first of all, the reason why you're afraid of hell is because you still kind of believe it, and that's fine. If you believe in hell, you should be afraid of it. Like it would be a scary thing, right? So like I
yeah.
never had a moment where I tried to not be afraid of hell because
Hmm.
I didn't believe in hell. Like by the time I became a non-Christian, hell was already way in my rear view mirror because hell was
Right.
one of the first things I deconstructed because it didn't make any sense to me. And because I already knew alternative models. So I grew up going to Catholic school, and I think there's just as much biblical evidence for purgatory as there is for hell. So I was already in the camp of like if you're a good person, certainly a good God wouldn't burn you alive forever for all of eternity just because you couldn't believe a thing.
Hmm.
So that being said, that wasn't an issue for me. It's an issue for you because you still believe in it, and that's fine. It'll go away on its own if you get to a point where you really are convinced that this religion is fake. This like
Right.
you don't think 1 minute about Muslim hell, right?
No, I think I mean, and you know that's one of the main things that kind of helps me. It's like I'm sitting here, right, and it's like I'll have these random moments where like the glass breaks, and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I sitting here worrying about this stuff? And like some of the times that happens is when I think about Muslims or Hindus. I'm like, well, I don't care what they said. Like, why am I worried about them? They have the same, you know, you have rules to follow, and if you don't, you're going to go to hell, right? But I don't care what they
Yep.
have to say because I don't
Right.
believe it. So that like
Exactly.
helps me. That helps me. Like, I'm like, well, so I want to tell you this, and I know it's a tinfoil hat thing. I'm not delusional. I know that it's stupid, right? But it is something that I deal with, and I just want to talk to you about it. Um, There are people that have suggested that Jesus did return in 70 AD and he reigned for 1,000 years, and we live in a time called Satan's little season where he's deceiving the whole world
Yeah,
for the Battle of
preterists.
Armageddon. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
What what's your argument against that?
Well, I've got quite a few videos of me debating preterists because it's a weak position.
Right.
The only hermeneutic you have as a preterist is that words have absolutely no meaning. In order to make this work, you have to believe that none of the words in the text mean anything. Everything has a spiritual interpretation. So, for example, when we go to like Jeremiah 33 and Ezekiel 27, like these are very clear messianic passages. Let me put them up on the board so you can see. And it tells you a couple things that you should know, right? It says, given the promise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, hold on 1 second. I gotta move this over here and do one more thing before I forget. TikTok guest. There we go. That's better. So, according to Jeremiah 33, when the Messiah comes, here's what we should expect. It talks about a physical restoration of the land, right? It says, "Thus saith the Lord of hosts, in this place that is a waste, without humans or animals, and in all of its towns there shall again be pasture for shepherds resting their flocks. In the towns of the hill country, of the Shephelah, of the Negev, in the land of Benjamin, the places around Jerusalem, and in the towns of Judah, flocks shall again pass under the hands of the one who counts them, says the Lord. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety, and this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness." And then this, the last part, "For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. And the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time." So, based on this text, when the Messiah comes, a couple things we know has to happen. Israel has to be restored to a physical land, the land of Judea, the land of Benjamin, the land in the foothills of the mountains. All of it is going to be restored, and it tells you exactly that they're cities, they're towns, they're not spiritual interpretations.
Right.
And then there's going to be a king. There's a king that's going to come that's going to help fulfill these promises, and they're going to reunite the north and the south again, just like it was in the days of old. And then they're going to set up sacrifices and offerings according to the Levitical statutes forever. So
now,
that just didn't happen, and it's never going to happen. But go ahead.
If it wasn't for the sacrifice part that was in there, I would think, well, Jesus definitely could do that, because when his second coming comes, when he's, supposedly there's a new heavens and a new earth and everything's set up right, I would think that Jesus would be the I can't remember the word you just said about David will not lack a man. I'm guessing it would mean his descendants. So I would think that if Jesus did return, he would be able to do all those things. But then you have this problem where why would we be doing any kind of sacrifices?
So that's 100% true, and you're already ahead of me. So I read that verse to show you that plainly preterism is a failure. Preterism claims that all of the prophecies have been fulfilled. And the reality is that one didn't get fulfilled. Now, the secondary issue is that prophecy contradicts the New Testament message. The New Testament message says that there's not a physical king, it's a spiritual king, and there's no actual sacrifices. But that's preposterous, because all the Old Testament prophets tell you that there's going to be a physical king ruling in a physical land. And Ezekiel chapter 46 even describes the physical sacrifices and offerings that are going to be had when the Messiah Prince comes. He even tells you like how many goats and how many lambs and how many bulls are going to be sacrificed in this new Jerusalem. And so, like, if that's the case, when the New Jerusalem comes, if there's still going to be burnt offerings, it says the burnt offering that the prince offers to the Lord on the Sabbath day shall be 6 lambs without blemish. Well, that'd be absolutely preposterous if Jesus was the final sacrifice.
Yeah, were they just sacrificing for fun at that point?
Right.
Yeah. So okay. Well, so I want to ask you. You know, some people, it's really crazy on the internet. I had to actually delete Facebook because it got so crazy.
I
People
don't
are
blame you.
saying that, like, uh, Israel being their nation now, you know, all the armies of the world are going to come together and attack them, and God's going
Yeah,
to
Zechariah
defend
14.
Israel. And yeah, they're saying that the Gog and Magog war is preparing to happen right now, and it just like, you know, people talking about the rapture, and the rapture has been every day since I started believing in God, and YouTube picked up on the shit that I
Hmm.
like talk about. The rapture has like been every fucking day, and it's
Right.
like you don't want to say, you don't want to make fun of them, because it's like, oh well, you're a scoffer now, you're scoffing at people who are saying that the Lord is coming, but at the same time it's like, dude,
Yeah.
he's not coming, so what do you do, right?
Right. Yeah.
So
So,
like, go ahead.
like when I was a young Christian, even I used to get annoyed by the end times conspiracy theorists because the reality is, like there's no actual roadmap for what's going to happen when the Messiah comes because the roadmap that we're given is full of things that are too generic for them to be
Hmm.
meaningful. But if you take Matthew 24 literally, then when it happens, it will be like cataclysmic. Like this, it
Yeah.
says the stars are going to fall from heaven,
Hmm.
which is crazy.
Yeah, so let me tell you this. In my times of confusion, you know, there comes to a point to where you have to actually deny everything you know in order to believe this stuff. You have to deny that there's outer space.
Mm-hmm.
You have to deny that 2,000 years has passed. You have to believe that Jesus Christ just reigned, and we're in this short season of Satan, and everything you've ever known is a total lie. And I was to the point, man, where I was like, you know, I have a wife, and uh, you know, I don't have a house, but I have an apartment, and I I I I read where Jesus says, if you pray for anything and believe you will receive it, it will be yours, right?
Right, which
And
is
so I'm
not
on this point.
obviously not
I, I'm,
true.
I'm yeah, and I'm going to tell you why. So I'm at this point where I'm like, all right, Jesus says if you don't deny yourself daily and take up your cross, then you can't be his disciple. So I'm like, dude, I get crazy with this shit. I'm like, well, do I deny myself a shower because I like showers? Do I deny myself food?
Right.
I like food. Should I
Please
should
don't
I
do
should
that.
I should I sell my car so that, because you know I like to drive but I could walk,
Hmm.
how much should I deny myself? And then you read where Jesus says, well, if your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off. I'm like, well, I have evil thoughts. Should I just kill myself? Like my brain just, I have ADHD, right? So I have like intrusive thoughts. If you tell me don't think about a blue leprechaun, it's the first thing that comes to mind, and my brain will be like, blue leprechaun, oh look, you're doing what you're not supposed to do.
Right.
Oh, like that's what my brain is like, and when I read the thing about do not blaspheme the Holy Spirit, my brain is like,
But don't
Jesus
worry
had a
about
devil.
that.
Oh, Jesus had a devil. Oh, you're thinking it. Oh, you're fucked, So it's like,
Well, that's
anyway,
the like the unforgivable sin isn't really something that's possible. At least it seems like it wouldn't be possible for the average individual. So the
yeah,
blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, when you read in context in Mark chapter 3, I think is the chapter it shows up in Mark. It's clearly he's literally casting out demons using the Holy Spirit. Like he's defeating the devil. He's doing the
yeah.
miracles, right? And
Hmm.
then the Pharisees see the power of the Holy Spirit to cast out demons and heal the sick, and they say, "Nope,
Yeah.
it's Satan." Right? So blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is like a really specific thing. It's when
Yeah.
you physically see the Holy Spirit do a miracle, something that only
Yeah.
the Holy Spirit could do, and then
Hmm.
you call the Holy Spirit something evil or terrible, right? So like unless
Yeah.
you're witnessing a miracle happen in front of your eyes and saying, "Nope, that's the devil," I don't think you have to worry about being crossing that line.
Well, thanks. Now, when I wake up first thing in the morning, I don't have to watch your videos for 3 hours to feel better.
Yeah, you'll be okay. So
uh, so
what?
let me
Let me.
finish my.
Mhm.
Go. You go ahead. This is you're the star, man. You go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
Well, what I want to figure out is what's keeping you in it.
Anxiety. So let me tell you this. When I had that personal experience, I went full fledged into belief, and randomly one day I just started having like horrible anxiety. You know, the funny part about it is like I actually had prayed recently before that, and I was like, I called out to the God of Isaac, Abraham, and Jacob, and I said, "Is Jesus really your son? You will tell me the truth. Is he really your son? Who is he?" And ever since that day, I started having really horrible anxiety, and
Mm.
like
Mm-hmm.
nothing will satiate it. It's even
Yep.
to the point to where like I don't want to go to bed at night because I don't want to wake up the next day. Because when I wake up the next day, I start having these fears. It's like you're like, so there's no way to win because if Christ
Um,
is real, I'm fucked because I get a full belly and laugh sometimes. And I'm not denying myself daily and taking up my cross and following him, which I can't even do because
mhm.
he's not here. So what the fuck am I supposed to do, right? Well, then you look at Paul, and Paul's like, well, just work and mind your own business, and that's cool. But then you realize that Paul's a fucking maniac. Paul didn't know what the fuck he was
Paul's a
talking
heretic.
about.
That guy
Paul was
had
like,
no idea what was going on.
grace through faith. You know, you're saved because of your faith. But then James and whoever wrote Revelation did not agree with that. And
Right.
it's like, well, if Paul is wrong, which he is, and people will go in circles about it, but like if you were willing to actually look at what he says compared to everything else, and you will,
Mm-hmm.
if you're not willingly delusional, you will understand that Paul was an idiot.
Yeah.
Paul, it almost seems like Paul was like, and this is something I struggle with.
All right. Well,
If Jesus
let's
wasn't,
let's see if
go
we
ahead.
can make some progress here. Okay. So like
Yeah.
let's talk a little bit because like we agree Paul's a maniac. He's out of his
Yeah.
mind. And
Uh-huh.
like it's problematic enough that half the New Testament is mostly just Paul, but let's talk about
Yeah.
Jesus because like to me Christianity is dead in the water because Jesus
Uh-huh.
clearly didn't rise from the dead and he clearly
Uh-huh.
didn't come back like he said he would, and also the guy didn't fulfill even one messianic expectation, not one. And every single one of the prophecies in the New Testament mentions him is super contrived and completely out of context, right? So,
Yeah, Matthew's stupid. Like Matthew, he's like he will be
mhm.
called a Nazarene, and that doesn't exist. And you can see where Matthew is so desperately trying to make his Jesus fulfill prophecies that just don't have anything to do with him. So I understand that part.
So at what point then, like once we realize that the message of Christianity just can't be true because Jesus clearly couldn't have been the Messiah,
Right.
then at what point, why do we care at that point? Why can't we just move on? Like you could still believe in the Abrahamic God, but this
Hmm.
whole Jesus is real, hell awaits you, none of that seems necessary. So like in the Abrahamic faith,
Hmm.
like there wasn't this notion of like not believing in this God sends you to eternal conscious torment. In fact, if you read in my deconstruction cheat sheet, I've got a tab on hell that gives
Yeah.
you all the mentions of hell from the deuterocanonical books, from the Jewish Talmud and other writings.
Hmm.
And the reality of it, hell is just a place that is temporary for a lot of the text. It's a temporary place where truly
Hmm.
awful, wicked people go, right? It's not a
Yeah.
place where just average Joes go to that happen to not believe the right thing. So, like,
Yeah.
once you dispense of Christianity, this whole being afraid of hell thing isn't necessary.
Yeah. So, man, I'm sure you can help me with this. Where I struggle with that is in Isaiah, where it talks about some people will be raised to everlasting life and others to
Dan-
everlasting contempt.
Daniel 12.
And okay, it's Daniel.
Mhm.
And what about I think this one is in Isaiah where it talks
Well,
about
let's address that real
their
quick.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
in Daniel 12, it doesn't say that they're going to be tortured in fire for eternity. It just
Okay.
says that they're going to be raised and they're going to be in contempt. And to be sure, the book of Daniel is like a absolute nonsensical book. Like the book of Daniel was written after the fact. Like all the prophecies in Daniel were written after the events already transpired.
Mm-hmm.
And then the prophecies for the future about what happens after they overthrow Antiochus, those
Mm-hmm.
prophecies never came true because it's not a true prophetic book.
Yeah, and I guess that helps. So the other one was where uh, I think it's in Isaiah. I can't remember exactly. That's why I'm talking to you, so you can help me. But there's a passage where it talks about their worm dying not, and the fire's not quenched, and the people that see those who have transgressed against the Lord abhor them. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No. I mean, it might be vaguely familiar to something, but there's the only passage about like the afterlife. There's only two of them in Isaiah that I know about. One of them is in chapter 29, and the other is in chapter 66. So my guess is we can go to either one of those and probably find what you're looking for. But I don't think it says like what you quoted is what Jesus says, where the the
Yeah,
worm died.
yeah, and and I can't remember now because it's been I think a week or so since I saw it, but
Sure.
I think
So
it was you might have to find it because if I click off of this, I'm on my phone. It
I've
like
got it.
messes it up or something.
I've got
Okay.
it. So Isaiah 66 is the second half of the New Jerusalem, New Heaven, New Earth prophecy. The prophecy
Mhm.
about new heavens and new earth begins in chapter 65 and terminates in chapter 66. So
Yeah,
everything in here is about like the end of days. So let me
yeah.
pull it up. It says, "Thus saith the Lord: Heaven is my throne, and earth is my footstool." Um, So, what kind of house could you build for me? What sort of place for me to rest? All these things in my hand has made. All these things my hand has made. Hold on, I gotta. My cat's about to knock over my lights.
No problem.
Okay. All right. So all these things are mine, says the Lord. But this is the one whom I will look, to the humble and the contrite spirit who trembles at my word. Let's see. Let's see if we can find something in here. All right, so whoever makes a memorial offering of frankincense is like the one who blesses an idol, just as these have chosen their own ways, and in their abominations they take delight. So I will choose their punishments and bring upon them whatever they fear, because when I called, no one answered. When they spoke, they did not listen. But what they did was evil in my sight, and chose what did not please me. So this is referring to people in the past who like
Hmm.
worshipped idols, and probably more clearly his own people, like his own Israelites that were doing idolatry, right? Uh, I'm not sure that he's insisting that all people of the world are going to get this particular treatment. Is that the passage you were looking for? Where'd he go? Hey Pat, your audio cut out. I don't know what happened. If did your headphones die, or I think your headphones cut out. I can't hear you at all. Oh, there we go. And they shall go out and look at the dead bodies of the people who have rebelled against me, for their worm shall not die, and the fire shall not be quenched. They shall be an abhorrence to all flesh. Actually, that's really damn close to what Jesus said. Um, so I mean, these are the people who are basically dead in the final war. You know what I mean? But Pat, we lost you, but I'm not sure what's going on with your audio. But we can't hear you. I can't hear you at least. I don't think anyone else can hear you. Oh, he might have to refresh his browser. But I'm not reading this as being a direct reference to hell. I could be wrong. I think this is probably um just looking at the the people that have been killed, destroyed. All right, let's bring Pat back in. Welcome back, Pat.
Hey, sorry, my wife called me and I guess it messed up the
Oh,
headphones.
it does that sometimes. Yeah, yeah.
So I heard you did find the
Yeah, it's
passage.
at the end.
Um, so so I guess that's one of the things that gets me. But I see, it says they're dead bodies. Um, So obviously it wouldn't be like you wouldn't be conscious, right?
Right, yeah, you're dead,
Uh,
they're gone. Yeah.
yeah. It's just like what is their worm? Like, is that their soul, or what is that? What is that supposed to mean?
Um, that's good. That's a good question. It's not something I've ever spent a lot of time on because I didn't believe in hell for
Right,
for so
right,
long.
yeah.
So no, I'm not actually sure what would be a way to understand their worm and
Mm-hmm.
their fire. I assume it's like a worm and a fire that is assigned to the dead person, but typically, I mean, this is what happens when you died, right? The worms would eat your body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I guess this is like after the new heavens and the new earth. I guess these dead
Yeah.
bodies are always being burned and
Oh,
eaten by worms.
I don't know if that's the case. It doesn't say that their body is forever going to be on fire.
Yeah.
The fire itself won't be quenched, but I'm not really sure that that means that like they're going to be continually being flamed. But that
Right.
being said, these are people who rebelled against God. Like these are not people who
Mm-hmm.
just didn't believe in God.
Yeah.
Like you can't rebel against something that isn't in, like it's not apparent that it exists.
Yeah, and you know that's another thing to me that's like really like tough to deal with is like if I was God, I could not see how I could love something and also not be visible enough to it for it to be clear that I exist, and then I'm just like, well, you didn't believe, so I'm just gonna burn you forever. It's just like
Yeah.
a, and that was something I wanted to ask you. It's like beyond the fact, like if Paul was crazy, which I believe he was, and Christ wasn't the Son of God, what was the point of this? What was the purpose of these messages? Like, what if it wasn't really to try to save sinners from death, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was the real purpose? Like,
Oh,
what?
oh, easy question. Okay. So, the reality is, if there was a historical Jesus, the
Mm-hmm,
historical Jesus was just an end times prophet. He was doing the same thing that John the Baptist was doing. He was doing what he thought was preparing people for the end, right? So, they both of them were quote unquote prophets of the end times. They were ushering in the end of all things, and that way, because remember what it says in Malachi. If you go to Malachi chapter 4, there's this idea that before the end comes. Oops, I typed that in wrong. Let me grab it again. Before the end comes, John the Baptist is going to turn the hearts of the people back to their parents, so that God doesn't come and destroy the world and curse everybody. It says, "See, I will send you the prophet Elijah before the great and terrible day that the Lord comes. He will turn the hearts of the parents to their children and the hearts of children to their parents, so that I will not come and strike the land with a curse." So there's this general idea that before the end, like
mm-hmm,
there needs to be this turning of the hearts back to the proper place, so that when God
mm-hmm,
comes, He doesn't just wipe everything out. And the
yeah,
reality is, this is one of the best reasons to believe that Jesus is a liar and a fraud, because he
yeah.
literally
Because
said he
he
came
said
to
he did.
turn the parents against their children and children against
Yep.
their parents.
He brought not peace but a sword. Yeah.
Which means this could not be about Jesus. Whoever Jesus was, it wasn't the Jesus of the New Testament. The Jesus of the New Testament is a fictional, contrived character. Yeah. But listen, Pat, you're in the beginning of your deconstruction phase. Let me tell you, it sucks. I'm sorry that you're going through this. It's hard. In fact, this is one of the reasons why even though I was an atheist for a long time, I didn't talk about this stuff, is because I didn't want to bring pain upon other people. But in the end,
Yeah.
I think we're better off, because I think people are better off knowing what is true rather than wasting their life for a lie. So this is a really difficult time. You really want to take care to look after your mental health. If you don't have a therapist, I highly recommend getting in contact with one. We've got a great therapist that is a member of our community that helps a lot of people. Her name is Dr. Joanne Ketch. She's pretty easy to reach. She's got a website. Like if you Google Dr. Joanne Ketch, you'll find her. And you might be saying, listen, I don't have insurance. I can't pay for it. If that's the case, send me a message. I'll make sure it gets paid for, okay?
Yeah, that would be awesome because I can't afford it, actually.
I get it. Yep, I get it. I'll take care of it.
Okay, well, yeah, how do I send you a message?
So the easiest way is to email me. My email is attached to my YouTube channel. If you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see a bunch of links. One of them will be my email address. I try to put all my official business through there.
Okay.
And
that would be great because
get you hooked up.
So my wife's a Christian, and I don't plan to divorce her, and I also don't plan to change what she believes.
Sure, and you don't want to ruffle any feathers, right? I get it.
Yeah, she's been like the biggest blessing, and I can't say I'm a believer right now, but she's been such a blessing, and I love her so much, and I just So I can't talk to anybody. I have nobody to talk to. I'm just by myself with my own thoughts most of the time.
And that's how most of us deconstructed. A lot of us just kind of did it on our own, but you don't have to do it on your own. We have a Discord community as well that's full of people that are in various stages of deconstruction. You don't have to do this by yourself.
Well, that'd be awesome. I'd be happy to join.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a link in my in all of my profiles to the Discord.
Okay.
So, but come back in a little while. Let us know how you're doing. Give us an update. We'd love to hear from you. Yeah. And my heart goes out to you, buddy. We've all been there before. It's hard, but you're in a difficult spot. But what I can tell you is it does get better. I remember when my son was little. He was very colicky. He was never happy. Couldn't sleep. Didn't eat properly. All kinds of problems. But I remember, like I was. My wife at the time and we were like desperate to get out of the house and go have like real restaurant food. And we went to this one restaurant and my son basically cried the entire time. So we had to take turns like going out to the lobby and holding him while the other one can eat. And I remember just being exhausted holding my son out there. And a guy who I think was a grandfather or about that age, he just came over to me and he goes, "I promise it gets better." Because it's fucking hard, right? But I can tell you, having gone through deconstruction, it does get better. I promise it gets better. I know that right now it sucks, but I can promise you it'll get better.
Well, I just before I get off, there's just one last thing I wanted to ask you personally. So when you go from believing like, this life is pointless, you should be prepared for eternal life, and you kind of like take yourself, which is what I did. I'm a gamer, I have friends and stuff. Well, I had to take myself away from all of that because it's not, my friends, they make dirty jokes or they don't have the same mindset as I do. And the games were just a waste of time. I should be doing something else, right? And so now that I'm, obviously I can't like lock into this because there are things that just don't make sense, right?
Right.
And so I'm just like, I want to go back, but at the same time, I'm like stuck because it's like, well, what if it is true? Like, what if I'm just too stupid to understand? What if I'm being deceived? So I'm in this middle point where like I can't be happy because I can't follow Jesus because I just don't believe it. But I'm scared that if I jump back into what I was happy with, well, I'm just going to waste my life and die. And then I wasted my life and now I have, hell. So like, what did you do? Like, how do you find meaning? Because now, before I was like, well, I don't care what happens to me here. I get to go be in heaven. It's gonna be awesome. No eyes seen, thought. You can't even perceive how good it's gonna be. And now I'm like, well, I'm here, and I'm fortunate to live in America where things are easy, and we're not constantly dealing with a lot of bad stuff that does happen in other places of the world. Happy me, right? But I'm still gonna die.
Yeah.
So it's like, what was your, like, what?
Yeah.
What did you do?
So you're experiencing like pretty classic existential angst, as it's called. And so like I can tell you for me, so initially I got to a point where I was like, fuck. Like, I don't, like, it used to be that I didn't wonder about meaning and purpose and like what I'm going to do with myself because it kind of comes pre-formatted for you with the religion. So I got to a point where I was like, well, shit. Now I have to think about things that I've never thought about. Like, what do I want to do with myself? Being that I'm not
Mm-hmm.
going to dedicate my entire life to ministry. And I came to a couple conclusions. One, which is one of the reasons why I liked ministry in the first place, is because I like helping people. But I think it's not just good for other people. I think it's good for your own self or your own mental and emotional well-being to help others. And so I decided that I want to participate on the deconstruction side of things and see if I can actually move the needle, see if I can help people. And I think I'm able to do that. In fact, it used to be when I first started doing this, like I didn't get paid for any of it. Like I was just doing this for like 2 years, just burning the candle at both ends, trying to make as much of an impact as I can. And I'm lucky. I'm incredibly lucky that a lot of people supported my work and that my channels grew to the point where I can do this full time now. But you're gonna have to sit down and think about yourself. Like, what do I really love to do? And is there anything in my life that's meaningful to me? Like, do you have kids? I can tell you one thing. There's a lot of people who they only have one goal, and one goal in mind is to raise the best fucking kids possible. Like they just love being parents, and I get that. If you don't have kids, it's just a different story. But like that, but that's something that I can't tell you to do. Like you have to figure out what brings you meaning, what makes you happy. Like wake up in the morning and ask yourself, if I could do anything today, anything at all, what would I do? And write down a list of some of the things you would do, and then prioritize the ones that are actually bring you satisfaction and meaning, and you can do that. But that's why a lot of people who leave religion, they kind of fall into hedonism. It's like that party
Mm-hmm.
stage when you first leave high school, go off to college, and you get that taste of freedom for the first time ever, and you lose your mind. Some people do a little bit of that. I didn't do anything like that. My lifestyle didn't change at all when I became an
Yeah.
atheist.
So for me, that was the last time I walked away from the faith. I was like, this shit ain't real. I'm just gonna do whatever I want. And I actually, it had a lot of negative effects on my life. It had negative effects on my marriage and my physical health and my, I mean, I was mentally, I was good. I was just doing whatever. I didn't worry about much. But now even even if I walk away from the faith, I don't really want to step back into those some of those harmful things I was doing. It's more like
Yeah.
I can it's weird because you're like I can't believe in this God, but when I did whatever I wanted, I also was not really being beneficial. So it's like, but then you're like, well, even if I commit myself to something that does benefit society, what does it matter? Because I'm just gonna die anyway. You know?
Yeah, but you know what? We're all gonna die, but
Yeah.
you make people's lives better. Like I realize that I'm not gonna be here, right?
Yeah.
Forever, but I can make it so that those who come after me have the best possible time, right? Like it's like
Yeah.
me giving back to society. And there's a lot of people that like, the reason why we can have, I don't want to say the word leisure, but the reason why we have leisure at all rather than working from morning until bedtime 6 or 7 days a week is because there are people who came and fought for the laws being changed that were trying to make life better. And like I think about that, man, am I fucking happy that there were people who lived before me that fought to make things better, right? So now it's our turn. Listen, we're adults now. It's our turn to
Yeah.
fucking fight for the next generation.
I never thought about it like that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure thing, buddy. All right, Pat,
Well, thanks
come,
for your time, man. I really
yeah,
appreciate it.
come back and let us know how you're doing, and then hopefully you'll be able to enjoy some downtime over the holidays, and let us know if you need anything. Okay.
Yeah, I will, man. Thank you.
All right. Cheers. Pat. Deconstruction's hard, man. Deconstruction's hard. I get it. A lot of us have been there, Happy Saturnalia to you, hey Cal. A lot of us have been there. But we got your back, Pat. We got your back, friend. Former Prophet Nathan, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. And beautiful kitty says, I'm becoming more anti-theist as the days go on. As a UPS driver, when I deliver people's packages, they say Merry Christmas and I say Happy Holidays. I giggle inside every time. Period. Thank you, Justin, for all you do. Well, I really appreciate that, former Prophet Nathan, and thank you for being in so many of the live streams and liking and sharing and supporting. And yeah, it's interesting. I'm shocked that I haven't heard more about the supposed war on Christmas this year, but the reality is, we definitely we're living in a society right now that's still deeply divided on the religion topic, and I think we can continue to push and fight for our rights to not have this nonsense forced on us. We're not interested in Christo-fascism. Atlas, thank you for the $20 super chat. Good to see you, my friend. It says, Happy Dog Sagan. Wait, sorry. His last super chat. My dog Sagan got x-rays. 2 of his 3 cancers have seriously progressed. Holy shit, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. Going to have a few good days with him, full of tasty food and fun activities before we say goodbye. Crying so much, I'll dehydrate. Hug your pets. Atlas, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's horrible. I lost my dog last year. And one of the things I did before we had her put down is I did exactly what you're doing. I made sure that she was getting all her favorite foods and just snack. I mean, we did the whole thing, everything, right? I think that's the best way to do it. Make sure that what they have left, you're giving them the best of it, the absolute best of it. But thanks for stopping by and for supporting the stream, friend. Desmond Zell, thank you for the $50 super chat, my friend. That's huge. Says, I don't have anything witty or sassy to say this time around. So Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and good tidings. Well, good tidings to you, my friend. I really appreciate supporting the stream. And I hope that you have a good holiday. And Philo, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, all the meanness, all the meanness, the revenge, and the selfishness, all the cruelty, all the hatred, all the infamy of what the heart of man is capable, grew, blossomed, and bore fruit in this one word, hell. Robert Ingersoll. That's a quote I've never heard before. But, I mean, it is true. Like, this idea of hell is one of the most asinine ideas in all of religion. It's strictly preposterous, which is why people come and say, well, no, Jesus made things so much better and he's so nice and yada yada yada, all that nonsense. Well, I mean, listen, that's all bullshit, because here's the thing. Jesus is the one sending people to hell. Matthew 25, he's the one doing it. Randy Wilson, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. Let's get 1 million W's for Randy Wilson in the comments tonight. He already sent out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. And now a $100 super chat. I really, really appreciate that, friend. It says, your conversation with Pat was so good. I went through that many years ago, and it is painful to leave this sick religion. Thank you so much for the work you do. Well, I appreciate that, Randy. And it's really hard. The idea of losing your identity, losing your purpose, losing your afterlife, all that shit happens all at once. And you have to just figure that shit out on the fly. It's not easy. That's why so many of us went through periods where we were just traumatized. I remember being a damn near a zombie for a while. And Randy, again, with 50 Deconstruction Zone memberships, that is fucking huge, Randy. Randy is already at 70 Deconstruction Zone memberships today. Randy, thank you so much, my friend. That's absolutely humongous. It is humongous. I appreciate that. And speaking of therapists, Dr. Joe is with us tonight. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe, for the super test. Pat is currently discussing an intellectual deconstruction. That is the case. Please remind him to pay attention to the emotional, community, meaning, identity, and purpose part also. Yes. I agree with you, Dr. Joe. These are really important. Do not want to lose sight of that. ARs, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the unforgivable sin used to cause me so much anxiety. Just hearing you talk about it made me realize that it's a really weird something to be unforgivable. You'd think it would be something heinous. Well, actually, ARs, I've thought about that. And here's what I think. I think the reason why blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is unforgivable isn't because it's heinous. I think the reason why it's unforgivable is because it means that God has now exhausted the tools in his toolbox to bring you to the truth, right? So if the Holy Spirit manifests in front of you with signs and wonders, and then you still blaspheme the Holy Spirit, not only did you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, but there's nowhere left to go, right? To me, that's how I'm reasoning it. Now, obviously, I mean, it's all bullshit. It's just a fake story, but that's how I always reasoned that particular thing as being unforgivable. And Michelle, thank you so much for the 666. Says these 666 is exclusively to be used for cat treats. Goddamn, they cute. They really are. And I will promise we'll get some cat treats with the 666. I really appreciate that, friend. Chatterson, my good friend, great to see you. I really appreciate the $10 super chat. Says David Bentley's Heart book, David Bentley Hart's book, That All Shall Be Saved, might be helpful for someone struggling with hell anxiety from a Christian perspective. I haven't read it, but I've talked to some people who have. I've heard of that one, and there's some other ones, like if you want more poppy, you can do like Love Wins. But even if you're still in the cult, there is a path forward for not believing in hell the way that it's classically taught. You know, at least the way we have it today. You know what I mean? Welcome in, everyone coming from Dalton's live stream. Welcome in, friends. Joshua, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says you moved the needle for me, Justin. Very grateful to hear your arguments. They challenged me in my honesty to the scripture. Big plus to your work. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Joshua. I really appreciate that. And that's my goal. I want to help people, but I want to challenge people. I want to move people towards truth. And Miss Meg, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says even if you believe you're still going to die, what you do with your life while you're on this earth matters either way. Why would a God mean you have or don't have purpose? That's it for a point. I think because when I was a Christian, so like people, when you're a Christian and you ask yourself, what purpose do I have? Well, your first answer is, well, whatever God tells me my purpose is, right? And so when you no longer have a God to instantiate that purpose in your life, you're like, well, fuck, now what's my purpose, right? You have to figure that out, right? BR Lins, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, I wish I could donate more to support your channel. The work you do is more important than ever because of Christian nationalism. I agree. Thanks for all you do and happy holidays. So the rise of Christian nationalism is one of the reasons why that really prompted me to do what I'm doing. It was definitely part of the calculus, for sure. I'm not interested in, even as a Christian, I wouldn't have been interested in Christian nationalism. Adele, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, no clever message. She just wanted to say hello, and I'm still always watching. Merry Christmas and love the kittens. Well, thank you, Adele. It's good to hear from you. I hope you're doing well. Eat some barbecue for me. Next time I'm out that way, we'll rectify this. We'll get you and the Rock Hard for Doug, and we'll get some burnt just the tips. Terrible, fucking terrible. Thank you, friend. Good to hear from you. All right, we've got a guest in our YouTube queue. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is tiny.cc/dzguest. If you're watching on TikTok, all you got to do is hit the guest request button, and we'll get you into the conversation. And welcome in everybody from the Dalton raid. I hope you're doing well, and we're just getting off the ground here, friends. All right, let's bring in Bendover. Welcome in, Bendover. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus? Oh, what happened? Bendover? You waited all that time. in the guest box. I wonder if they just had bad reception. I can't imagine they would drop right as we finally got them in after that first conversation. We'll give them a second to rejoin. Bend over. I'll give you like 30 seconds to join back up, and then I got to move on to the next one. I don't know if you're actually here on purpose or an accident. Kane says Manifest Destiny would be a cool band name. Fuck yeah, it is. Absolutely, it would be. Agreed. And Shishi too, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says atheism is not a belief; it's what is left when claims have no evidence. That's actually the truth. That's accurate. That's how I would describe it. And Gold Arm says subjective morality. What does subjective actually mean? Do you mean moral claims are like preferences, ice cream flavors, or like factual claims? Well, they're measured using facts. They're measured using objective means, but moral, the framework itself is subjective because we get to decide what the goal of morality is. Is the goal of morality people have like freedom and well-being? Is that the goal? Once you know what the goal is, then you can measure it objectively, but you have to come to the conclusion of what the goal should be using subjectivity. All right, last super chat from Tom says, this week we are celebrating Jewel? What? Yuletide? No Christ need be involved. God Jewel from the rock hard Swedish shores of the Baltic Sea. Well, Big W over there. I have no idea what Jewel is. This must be a holiday over there that we don't have here. Holiday. Let me look it up. Holiday Jewel. I don't. I don't see it. Let's see. Okay, Swedish Christmas is called Jul, and it centers around cozy traditions. The main celebration on Christmas Eve, December 24th, featuring a big buffet called Julbord. Oh, fuck, I can go for that. And Santa Claus is named Jultomten. Jultomten. That's a name. Interesting. Okay, so that's your guys' Christmas. I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. Big W. I learn a lot by, what just happened? I learn a lot here by having people in the stream from different countries. All right, let's go to our next guest in here from our YouTube queue, and we're gonna bring in Dalton now that Dalton's done with his live stream. Welcome in, Dalton.
Hey, bud. The J is pronounced like a Y in those Scandinavian languages, so it's pronounced Yule.
I was wondering if that was the case, because when we spell it in America, typically we would put a Y in there, right? And I wasn't sure if that was how I was supposed to be reading that or not, but I appreciate that. I'm going to grab a guest from our YouTube, and then one thing I want to test when we get him in, Dalton, is I'm on my Mac as opposed to my Windows machine, and I want to make sure that the guest can hear you when you talk. I think it'll work. I'm pretty sure, but let's add him in. All right, we're gonna get Jonathan from our YouTube queue. Welcome in, Jonathan. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in the Christmas story?
I am 41 or 40, and no, 41 now, and I believe that Jesus Christ was born. The date, I think, was first century tradition, right?
I mean, yeah. Although I'm not challenging the date of his birth here tonight. I actually don't know when he was born.
Right. The first century Christians, though, I mean, as far as Catholic tradition goes, the first was a long time tradition, right? By the 3rd century. There's a December 25th.
Yeah, there's a couple possible birth dates.
As far as I know,
so I like
birth.
I like the spring with the lambs, but some say it's the. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Dalton.
Yeah, the birth date of Jesus being December 25th is something that arose around the 3rd century CE. I think it was Julius Sextus that developed this, and it was based on his calculation from the Gospels and stuff like that. Although
We
he
have other
assumed the
writings towards it
harmonization of the
too, right?
Gospels, which is a big problem.
Like I would just
No,
refer to
just
like
based on the
Wesley
Gospels.
Huff's description, right?
I didn't hear what you said.
You've heard Wesley Huff talk on it, I'm sure, right?
So no. Also, I just don't really care, Jonathan. I don't care when he was born. That's not the topic for to live stream. Is no one cares when he was born. What I'm saying here with my live stream is that the entire story is narrative. It's fiction. There was no virgin birth. He doesn't have a genealogy going back to David. There's no prophecy about him coming out of Egypt. The wise men story is asinine. That's what we're talking about. Do you want to talk about that?
Right. Yeah. So I know all those things individually may or may not line up perfectly with December 25th. But you're making a positive claim that it didn't happen. Like, say, the virgin birth. What's your proof that didn't happen?
Well, my claim, well, first of all, that virgin births don't happen. That's just a scientific fact. But my claim is that there's no prophecy, as Matthew claims in chapter 1, that there was going to be a virgin birth. So in Matthew chapter 1, verse 22 and 23, it says, let me put it on the board here so you can, actually you can't see it because you're on YouTube. But it says, all this took place to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet. Look, the virgin shall become pregnant and shall give birth to a son, and they shall name him Emmanuel, which means God with us. The reality is that's not what it says in Isaiah. It doesn't say that there's a virgin who's going to conceive. It says that there's a young woman who is already pregnant, and that child was not a Messiah. That child was predicted to be born during the reign of King Ahaz, and he was going to be a timeline device for how long Ahaz had to wait before his enemies would be destroyed by the king of Assyria. It had nothing to do with Jesus at all.
Okay. And as far as that specific prophecy being about Jesus, I would have to study that. I'd love to just get a list of the prophecies you deny sometime, and I know it's all of them.
Yeah.
But
pretty much.
So and that's all right. I haven't studied it.
I mean, you want to go over it with me?
Well, I think, can we go back to the fact you said that virgin births don't happen? You're pretty much making a positive claim that miracles don't happen, right?
No, what I'm saying is there's not been ever one human virgin birth, which means in order for someone to claim that a virgin birth happened, you would have to bring actual evidence that it did happen. And the reality is somebody saying it happened is not evidence that it happened.
It's not?
No.
It's not some evidence that would lean towards maybe it happening?
No, because there's a bunch of virgin births in history. For example, there's a virgin birth that is attributed to Melchizedek. If you go to the books of Enoch, Melchizedek has a virgin birth, but you don't believe that. You don't believe that Melchizedek had a virgin birth, do you?
No, but that's evidence that it might have happened, right? It doesn't prove it, but it's evidence towards the fact that it could have.
I don't think it's evidence. No.
If miracles are possible, it could have possibly, though. That'd be leaning more. The evidence doesn't prove something. It just leans towards because proof is obviously near impossible to prove anything.
No,
right?
I don't think it's evidence. Like, there are people who report being sucked up in like a tractor beam onto UFOs. Do you think that people claiming that it happened is proof?
It might lean towards the possibility of this might happen if someone, if you got, 20 people saying, hey, I've been sucked up by a UFO out on Area 51, then maybe it's worth investigating.
I wouldn't treat any of these things as credible evidence.
Right. I mean, testimonies hold up in court, right?
No, not really. It's like the least desirable means of evidence.
So, like my lawyer once said, he represents a lot of people that go in and rob gas stations, and they think that they're going to get off because there's no witness and no evidence except for the girl behind the counter that they robbed saying that that's the person that robbed me.
Yeah, again,
And they
it's the weakest
getting
form of
guilty.
evidence you can get.
But it's so you admit it's
because
evidence,
people-
though.
I never said it wasn't evidence. I said it's the weakest form of evidence. And that's for things that actually we know happen. It's not evidence
Right.
for whether or not virgin births happen. Also, there were no witnesses. So
So anomalies and miracles. Is there a scientific correlation there to you at all? If I were to say a miracle's like an anomaly.
no, I wouldn't think that it would be a miracle. I would think it'd be an anomaly. Anomalies happen all the time. You need something other than something being rare to say that a miracle occurred.
Okay, so in your opinion, miracles can't occur.
I didn't say that. I'd say miracles would have to be verifiably recorded. Like you would need some way of demonstrating that it happened other than some people who lived at like some relative time period in the past claim that it happened. The reality is Mary didn't leave a written testimony. Joseph didn't leave a written testimony. Nobody at the birth of Jesus left us a written testimony. All we have are claims from people who knew this guy 30 years later, maybe.
Right. So let me just break this down a little bit. You're saying you need evidence outside of people saying something happened when we're all just people, and history is a record of like stuff that's happened, and writings are like people writing down what happened, and you need something other than that.
No, what I'm saying is we don't even have that. We don't
The
have
gospel
any
wouldn't be
written
that.
records of eyewitnesses to Jesus' virgin birth.
So the angel speaking to Mary, and then also giving the same story to the husband, they wouldn't account as witnesses to their own story.
They didn't leave us anything. We have nothing from Joseph and Mary.
We don't have Luke's recorded testimony of that.
No. First of all, we have
It's
no
not-
idea who wrote the book of Luke. It's not identified. We don't know who the author is. And second of all, the book of Luke doesn't say that they're recording the testimony of Mary and Joseph.
I haven't quite got into the whole we discussion in the book of Luke compared to the book of Acts. Do you understand that discussion?
Yes, and
at all?
I think that's tenuous at best.
Okay. So as far as I'm just give me some grace here. I'm my first debate, and I've been trolling you a little bit, but in the comment section there, the shorts, but I think this is my first time, and I've been watching a lot of videos. And I've been reading the Bible. God's just set my heart on fire. So I don't necessarily even, I'll be honest with you, the Holy Spirit is my only hope of winning a debate ever. So we'll see where that gets me here today with you.
Sure.
And
So-
it may not be winning a debate, but maybe pulling on some heartstrings of everyone in the queue just a little bit to reconsider walking away and giving up on Jesus. But
that's not going to happen. These heathens are already got their mind made up because they've read the book. So
I'm sure that guy that was just talking to you, he's asking some questions like I have, like what's too much to give up. But tenuous is the question I was getting towards. I don't really necessarily know the definition of tenuous even. So I would have to Google that, and I'm not able to do that with this phone being used for this discussion.
Tenuous just means you have like a very weak and unreliable connection to something.
And as far as the credibility of the Gospels in general, you would say that you don't even believe that the people that wrote it believed what they were doing?
No, I didn't say that.
Would you?
I said we don't know who wrote them.
But okay, do you believe Paul existed?
I think Paul existed. I think he was a maniac, though.
Do you think? Yeah, okay, but do you think that he believed it?
Believed what?
Believed the book that was written about him? Do you think it was an accurate description of what happened? Do you think that like he was actually crucified? Do you think he actually believed Jesus rose from the dead?
Paul had no literature. The earliest
Right.
writings of the New
No,
Testament are the Pauline epistles. He had no gospels to turn to.
Right. Well, he had the
Were written
scriptures
after Paul
before
had
him.
already died. Well, he had the Old Testament, but the
I
Gospels
don't
weren't
know
written
if I
until after
agree
he
with
died.
those dates necessarily. Isn't it like 40 or something? We have the first date of a Pauline letter, 40 something,
No, 60s.
and Jesus died in 30 something.
I mean, theoretically, he would
So
have
like Paul
died
could
in
have
like
been alive. What?
maybe 29 CE.
And then how old was Paul when he was crucified?
Paul wasn't crucified. We have no idea how
Upside
Paul
down.
died. That's Peter.
Okay. So yeah, I'm not a preacher here. So,
Okay.
but is it possible he lived another 30 years?
Who?
Paul or Paul?
No,
Paul, yeah.
he seems to have died out
So,
prior to the fall of the temple.
yeah, he most accounts place Paul's death around 64 CE. He was killed during the time of Nero.
Right.
Oh,
Nero
okay.
died in
And
68.
when was our first letter, Pauline letter, date to?
We don't have hard dates for any of them, but the earliest ones would be First Thessalonians, and we
It was like Colossians, wasn't it?
no, Thessalonians is the earliest one. So the reality is that had to have come no quicker than 14 years after his conversion. So his ministry starts many years after his conversion.
Right. Obviously walking around doing a lot of stuff, but I'm saying like he could be like putting these letters together definitely in his lifetime, and just the copies that we have are like within like 10 years of his life.
I mean, we don't know. Because the letters that we have, we can only date using the information we have. And the information we have is that, the manuscripts aren't from his lifetime. Now, does that not mean, does that mean that he couldn't have like written anything? Of course not. Like, I personally am not a Paul mythicist. I think Paul did write letters, and obviously he wrote those letters while he was alive. So the letters that we have from Paul, the authentic letters, I think most of it probably came from Paul, but I don't see how this is helpful, because your initial claim, your initial question was, you were asking me whether or not he believed the Gospels, but he didn't have the Gospels.
Well, as far as evidence, right? We're trying to establish evidence.
He didn't have
to
any.
the reliability of Jesus and his birth.
But it's not reliable because we don't have any eyewitnesses. Paul wasn't an eyewitness to anything.
It's 2,000 years ago. We're not going to have any eyewitnesses.
Why not? We have eyewitnesses all kinds of shit. We have eyewitnesses from 3,000 years ago. We have eyewitnesses from Ashurbanipal, from like within a year of his conquering. Like we
to be sure,
I'm conflating or confusing what you're asking for here as far as a witness to the writing, a witness to Paul, or a witness
is somebody who was there when it happened, who transmitted it. Paul wasn't there
when it was written. Oh, so as far as witness,
yeah.
So the letters themselves would be the only evidence. Like
the letters are useless because Paul wasn't a witness. I don't care what Paul says. He didn't witness anything.
Doesn't it not say in the letter, I am writing to you?
He didn't witness Jesus's life. Jesus was dead.
Oh, gotcha. He didn't witness the life of Jesus.
He didn't witness anything when Jesus was alive.
Okay. But
all Paul had were visions of Jesus after he was already dead, which can be accounted for as a psychological phenomenon. He never knew Jesus while he was alive, as far as any data we have is concerned.
Okay. Oh yeah. The resurrected Jesus physically. Some heard him. but didn't know what he said. Some saw light but didn't see him. Yeah.
So the
No,
only
you're right.
the only
You're right out
supposed
there. So
witnesses to
Matthew, right?
anything is going to be the Gospels, and the Gospels aren't
Right.
good eyewitnesses of anything because they repeatedly get everything wrong. Like they say
Well,
things that are just factually untrue. For example,
I
in Matthew
understand. I
chapter
understand.
1, it literally like tells us that he can't count. Matthew says that there's 14 generations from David to the deportation into Babylon. There are not 14 generations there. There are literally 18 generations, and he left 4 of them out. Then he says that there are 14 generations from the deportation of Babylon to Jesus the Messiah, and it's not. All you got to do is count the generations, and you get 13. He miscounted because he double counted Jeconiah because Matthew's a goof. But Matthew's a goof because whoever he wasn't an eyewitness to anything. He's a guy that came along later that tried to write a story who wasn't familiar with the Hebrew Bible, and he wrote a story that was just good enough to convince people that weren't Jewish.
I don't think that's the narrative, but Matthew is one of the books I think most scholars agree, if you Google it, it's one of my sources here, Google, that was actually written by Matthew.
No. The earliest
No,
document
our
is
oldest
P1, and it doesn't have Matthew's name on it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Yeah.
The textual scholars today
Anonymous.
agree that that one is probably written by Matthew,
No,
as well as Luke
don't.
and the book of Acts being written
they
by
don't
Luke.
agree that. No.
Well, I mean, not obviously
The
not all of them.
consensus, the consensus of biblical scholarship, the vast majority of biblical scholars, all say that the Gospels are all anonymous. We don't know who wrote any of them.
Okay. As far as writing them, I can concede that they don't know, but they think that there's no reason not to believe Matthew wrote Matthew, Luke wrote Luke. And
There
the book
is
of Acts.
lots of
Oh
reasons
no,
to disbelieve that.
is. You would think that Matthew, being a Jew from the first century, would be able to read the Hebrew Bible. Instead, the author of the Gospel of Matthew continuously quotes from the Septuagint and misquotes the Hebrew Bible time after time after time. And also, if Matthew is a witness to Jesus, then why is the author of the Gospel of Matthew quoting verbatim from a different gospel, the Gospel of Mark, as a source text?
That'd be like assuming that I should know Hebrew, though. I mean, the main language of the time was Greek, right?
No. So he should have at least been writing in Aramaic Hebrew. So, for example, Jesus most likely spoke Aramaic. If Matthew was a tax collector, surely he would know how to write a little bit of Aramaic in Hebrew. I mean,
he might know a little bit, but that's not. And I'll concede that he knew some.
Well, there's no reason for him to know Greek. He certainly is not going to be writing Greek prose. That's not a thing that's going to be happening. The reality is
Greek not the main language at the time.
Not if you're a Hebrew, no. So Greek was a spoken language, and typically people in the Jewish religion, if you could read and write, typically you learn to read and write at school, and they would have taught you how to read and write Hebrew and Aramaic. Because when you went to school as a Jewish person, you went to a Jewish rabbi. You got trained under Jewish leaders. You didn't go to Rome to get trained.
Well, Jesus also picked fishermen and said, "Follow me," to those that were not chosen to read the scriptures and continue on in their education because it probably
that wasn't Matthew, though. Matthew wasn't a fisherman. He would have been educated as a tax collector. Surely he would be able to quote the Hebrew Bible correctly, but he doesn't.
I would have to argue that he's not quoting it correctly, but I don't know that argument well enough to argue it. Let's stick to the Christmas story here, though. As far as the virgin birth, you're pretty much throwing out the whole Bible as evidence.
No, I'm saying that the Bible itself can't serve as evidence unless an eyewitness was there and there were no eyewitnesses in the Bible. So, like, you could use the Bible as evidence that he fulfilled some kind of prophecy or something like that. But it's even clear that he didn't do anything like that. But nobody claimed to be there. Like, nobody in the Bible said that there were witnesses to the birth.
The angel spoke to Mary, and she had no witness until the angel spoke to her husband.
Did the angel write something for us?
No, but
well, then that's not an eyewitness. No, they didn't.
Didn't Joseph? Don't we have scriptures of Joseph saying that he spoke to an angel?
That's just somebody saying that Joseph said something. Joseph didn't leave any testimony for anyone. These were stories written about people. That's it.
During the time of it?
No. Many decades later. No. 70 years later.
It doesn't seem like a very long time. Like, these people are still alive.
I'm sorry, do you remember like conversations from even 20 years ago, much less 70 years ago?
I mean, if it's an angel coming to put a baby in a virgin, yeah, it's going to make the news.
Do you
remember the conversation?
Do you remember the last thing I said?
No.
Well, there you go.
Can you repeat it?
I think his point was people don't remember conversations typically.
Okay.
Like a month from now, you're not going to be able to recite any of this conversation. You're going to have
I'll probably forget it as soon as I walk out of here. But a virgin birth, you would remember. Right?
No, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't remember a virgin birth?
That's not what you said.
Okay, what did I say?
You said hold on, Jonathan. You said that they remembered the conversation. No one remembers conversations. We remember
with
events.
The angel.
We remember feelings. We don't remember conversations. And the reality is, nobody who was there left us anything. These are stories that somebody said happened to somebody else.
Right. Not to mention that when it comes,
sorry, go ahead.
When it comes to something like the Gospel of Luke, for example, the whole nativity story of Jesus is thrown out due to the fact that it's just filled to the brim with historical inaccuracies. There is no way in hell that it's an actual historical record of anything that took place.
I understand you're going to cast doubt on everything in there.
No.
I would have to take each one separately, but
to Dalton's point, we have direct evidence that they said things that were untrue. Like Luke says that Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius, but that can't be the case because Matthew says that he was born while Herod the Great was still on the throne. And so that means he had to have been born prior to 4 BCE. But so we've got a gap of between 10 and 12 years with his birth. If these were eyewitness accounts, they're not. If these were eyewitness accounts, you wouldn't get the birthday wrong by 12 years.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Let's say someone
is around the time of marking it in history. Like around the
time.
Let's
say someone wrote a biography.
Or Trump.
Let's say someone wrote a biography about me, the Bible guy. And one person says I was born in 1996 under Bill Clinton, and someone says I was born in 2006 under George W. Bush. Is that reconcilable? Especially when the circumstances of my birth directly depend upon events relating to these two individuals?
Well, let's see here. I would first off, I have to definitely look into your dates. Because there's definitely things that I know you guys conflate, like, and I don't know if I'm using the word conflate there, like when you have split kingdoms and stuff like that.
We're not talking about split kingdoms.
No, we're not talking about split kingdoms. And Herod, I don't know. I haven't done my own research to argue the date of Herod compared to the census. I don't even know if we have evidence for when the it's happened and stuff like that. I'm not a historian, so I can't argue dates. And you'll forgive me if I don't take your word for it,
It's not
because
our word.
Well, you don't
just show it.
Yeah, you can go. Yeah, you can go and read Josephus's work, Antiquity of the Jews, books 17 and 18, and he'll tell you that the only reason Quirinius is governor of Syria in the first place, and the only reason that there's a taxation over the people of Judea in the first place, is because Judea had been annexed to Rome because the previous ruler, Herod Archelaus, the son of Herod the Great, was deposed from his position as king of ethnarch of Judea. Like, it's quite literally impossible for Herod the Great to rule and for the census to take place, because the census depends upon Herod's death to occur for the census to occur. Also, Luke says it's a worldwide census. There was no worldwide census that required people to go back to their families' homes from 1,000 years prior. The whole point of a census is to register where you live currently and where you work currently. And the census under Quirinius was only for the region of Judea, not Galilee, where Joseph and them apparently lived.
Yeah, I'll tell you honestly, this is the first time I'm hearing worldwide census, and I think I've heard someone question, why would you take Josephus' writings over Luke and the Gospels and Matthew? Like, I'm supposing that, and I'm going to grant that
because we know from history, we know for a fact we're not leaning on Josephus alone. We've got all kinds of witnesses from people at that time period. We know for a fact, right? No matter what you think about the dates, we know for a fact that Archelaus was not ruling after he was deposed. So if the census of Quirinius is after Archelaus is deposed, and Archelaus was a guy who came after Herod, then what that means is that the two accounts differ. No matter how you want to time it, the two accounts are different by quite a bit.
Okay, maybe the accounts are, and I could even grant it. If they were different, would that mean that it didn't happen?
No, what it means is that these people weren't there.
But is it not, even if it's a story from that time period within the lives or the lives of their children written, and it's clearly been translated worldwide since, is that not some evidence that it happened?
If the evidence you have is contradictory and it can't get even the most fundamental pieces correct, then it doesn't count as good evidence for anything other than the fact that maybe there was a guy named Jesus who was born roughly around this time period, who had a prophetic ministry, a wandering ministry, and then eventually he was killed by the Romans. In order to prove that he was born of a virgin, or that he resurrected from the dead, or that he did miracles, you need good evidence for that, not contradictory bad evidence from people who wasn't even there.
Did Barnabas come to the I think not Barnabas, dang, did dropping that one, one of the atheists of today that's been around for a while, his name starts with a B.
Bart Ehrman?
Bart Ehrman, yeah. Didn't he recently change his opinion on everything you're saying? And to the point to where he thinks now that we can come up with the original signatures of the authors?
No.
I heard that today, I think. But
not only has Bart Ehrman not gotten us any closer to the idea that the Gospels are historically reliable, Bart Ehrman, as of recently, said that he doesn't even think Jesus was buried in a tomb. he definitely doesn't believe in the validity of the Gospels.
I heard somewhere today that he may have come to the consensus that we could at least might be able to get the signature off of the original signature of
listen, I don't even know what you mean by signature.
It was yeah, and it's and I'm just saying stuff that I heard off of another what's his name? You'll love Big John Steele. He's my guy.
Yeah, that's why you don't know anything that's in the Bible, because he's never read it either.
I think he's read it. He's read some of it.
I don't think
I'm not
so.
going to say that he's gone to college as long as you have, but
Well, let's talk
Well,
about some
I
of the. What's that, bud?
I would say I didn't go to college. I probably know more about the Bible than John Steele.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
I got a question, and it's towards the miracles and stuff. I want to ask you guys: could God be real?
Sure, but not this one.
Because you don't like him?
No, because it's hopelessly contradictory, and contradictions don't exist.
Okay, because there's contradictions. You think he's not real?
Contradictions don't exist. That's why a
Okay.
God
I've
that
heard
has
this.
contradictions cannot exist. While there could be a
Okay.
God, it'll never be this God. And Christianity is completely dead out of the water because Jesus was nothing more than a liar, con man, and a fraud who fulfilled precisely 0 messianic prophecies, lied about when his second coming was going to be, and then got what was coming to him. So as far as I'm
I know
concerned, if
that's
there's
the
a God,
Jewish
it certainly will
stance.
never be the Christian God.
I know that's the Jewish stance, but like you agree that like God said he was going to send a savior, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't Jesus. Jesus didn't save anybody. He says
And
he's
what do you
gonna.
mean by
He said,
savior?
no, he didn't. He says he's going to send an actual king who's going to sit on an actual throne and is going to defeat Israel's military enemies. That's what he means by a savior.
Well, I don't think that's what he meant because
But
like
that's identical to what he said.
That's what there's two parts, right? The Ben
There's not,
Joseph
though.
and Ben David.
Nope,
when
that's not the case.
he comes back and throws rocks on people's heads.
Nope. That's not in the
And
Hebrew Bible.
sitting
That's
on
a
a
bad
throne.
reading of Sukkah 42 or 43. Or maybe 52. I'll have to go
52a.
back. 52a, there we go.
But that one, like they don't like some would say, sure, I would say he was king when the true Israel,
The
worshiped
true
him.
Israel is the nation of Israel. That's it.
I know you love that one. You deny the meanings of words.
No.
But,
I say that the words mean exactly what they mean. You're the one that has to change the meaning of the words. For example, in Zechariah 9, it says, "See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim, and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations." Jesus didn't do that.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
He commanded us to go to all nations.
Sorry, it's okay. You didn't read it very carefully. I'll do another one. First of all, he says he's a king. He was never a king. Second of all, it says he's going to cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. These are physical implements of war in a physical land, and he's going to put an end to them. And he did not do that.
Is it over?
He didn't do it. Then he didn't do it.
Wait, is he alive?
By that standard,
no.
By that standard, every
destroy
failed
the
Messiah
temple?
could possibly still be the Messiah, because you can just say that they'll do it when they come back.
Yeah, what a really like embarrassing cope to say about, well, he'll do it later. So what I'm saying is he didn't fulfill this prophecy, and the New Testament says that he did. In Matthew 21, when he rode that donkey, or 2 donkeys according to Matthew, it says that he did so in order to fulfill this prophecy, but this prophecy wasn't fulfilled because this includes the defeating of Israel's physical enemies.
Right, and which is still to come.
Well, then he didn't fulfill it, and Matthew's a liar.
Well, it's not completed yet, right?
Well, then he didn't do it. Matthew's a
that's
liar.
just one of the prophecies that's still to come.
No, Matthew said he did it.
He said he did?
Yeah, Matthew 21.
Okay. So the enemies would have been the Romans at the time?
Yep.
Can you give me the verse?
Zechariah 9, verse 9 and 10.
And Matthew quotes
21.
it where?
Matthew 21.
Matthew 21. Okay, I'm gonna have to study that one. Like I said, if Matthew says that he conquered them, maybe
he didn't.
Are you talking the sin?
We know, no, he's not talking about sin.
They could be spiritual, because he came to save us from sin, and I know you guys are going to deny.
There's not a single
that's what this-
passage of the Hebrew Bible that says the Messiah is going to come and save you from your sin.
Well, it's going to save us from the knowledge that we gained from eating of the tree.
No, it doesn't say that.
Well, the Savior in Genesis.
No, there's no Savior in Genesis chapter 3. Genesis chapter 3 is about the snake.
Right. Then God says
it's about a physical snake, not a spiritual snake, not Satan.
No, but the one that crushes the head, the seed of a woman.
Yeah, it's
my
about
dad did
snakes.
That. My dad has stomped on the head of a snake before.
Oh shit! Right. Your dad fulfilled the prophecy.
Right, so that's how easy prophecy is to fulfill, possibly. But
is that just literally anyone who's ever stepped on a snake now has fulfilled the prophecy? It's funny enough, that's actually what this prophecy about. This prophecy is about the relationship between snakes and mankind. So every time a human being steps on the head of a snake, they fulfill this prophecy. And what proves it is just the meaning of words. Read it slow and carefully. It says, "What is this that you have done?" The woman said, "The serpent tricked me, and I ate." The Lord God said to the serpent, so now he's talking to the snake, he says, "Because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among all wild creatures. Upon your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat." This is what happens with snakes. Snakes crawl on their belly.
Curse, right?
Snakes burrow in the ground. So if Satan was the one who actually did it and not snakes, then that means God just cursed all of snakes for something they didn't do. This literally only makes sense if this is an explanation for why snakes crawl on their belly, which it is, because the entire chapter is just an etiology to explain why things are the way they are. Why in the world do women have painful childbirth? Well, it's explained. Why is it that men rule over women? Well, it's explained. Why is it that man has to till the earth for crops when the earth was created for them? Well, this explains it to you. Chapter 3 is called an etiology. It's an explanation for why things are the way they are. This is not a prophecy about a future Messiah.
So that went on a little bit, but I agree with a lot of it explaining why things are the way they are. But Adam ate of the tree of knowledge that God had said, "Do not eat, or you shall surely die."
Which was a lie.
And then, is that a lie?
Yeah, because he didn't die. He says, "On the day that you eat of it," in chapter 2. On the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die. And then he didn't surely die. Satan said, "No, you won't die. What'll happen is you'll become like God, knowing good and evil." And that's exactly what happened, because in chapter 3, verse 22, God says, "See, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Now they might reach out their hand and take also from the tree of life and live forever," which means the reason why they were alive and they would have potentially lived forever is because they had access to the tree of life, not because they were made to be immortal.
Well, we were going to probably eat of the tree of life, maybe. Who knows? That's up to God. But because we had eaten of the fruit of sin, we couldn't. God kicked us out of the garden. Then he said the Savior prophecy is of the seed of the woman will crush the serpent's head.
That's not a Savior prophecy.
Poetic.
It's not poetic. It's not poetic, and it's not a prophecy.
Because the serpent beguiled her.
It doesn't say anything about Satan here. This is about snakes and human beings. This explains the relationship between snakes and humans, not about Satan. There's no Messiah here.
The serpent, yes, the serpent.
Yeah.
The slippery snake in the grass, yeah.
Yeah.
That slippery snake tricked her.
Yeah, and the offspring refers to lineage, not singular individuals. So Zerah, the Hebrew word seeds, here,
right? Isn't that seeds then?
Seed is a collective noun.
Right, so it could be plural or singular?
Only when it's referring to actual seed. If you're referring to a single seed, but when it's referring to what comes out of somebody's body, it's a collective noun.
So it would really be up to how it was meant by the person who spoke it.
Yeah, and the reality is, every time it shows up in the Hebrew Bible, it means a multiplicity of seeds.
Except for Jesus or
Nope.
one of the
Well,
apostles later
Jesus is not
explains that
mentioned.
it's seed, not seeds.
Oh, that's where you're
Singular.
wrong. That's a Galatians chapter 3, and this is where it gets problematic, because in Galatians 3, Paul makes a huge blunder because he couldn't read Hebrew. He was quoting from the Greek Septuagint, and the Greek Septuagint said singular seed, and you actually can have singular and plural. Sperma in Greek can be conjugated for either a singular or a plural. And so when Paul addresses this, he says, let's see, what verse are we going to?
Actually,
Wait,
Justin, I don't even think Paul's quoting from the Septuagint, because even in the Septuagint in the book of Genesis, every time the word seed is used, whether it's singular or plural, they also use the singular. So Abraham's seed, as numerous as the stars of heaven, it uses the singular form. So I don't know where Paul is quoting from.
Well,
So
there
the
are
Septuagint
multiple
uses singular, and
recensions
that's like
of
70
the.
Hebrew-speaking rabbis translated Greek.
Well, that's a mythology that never happened. So we have multiple editions of the Greek Septuagint. There are 6 pretty well-known recensions, and none of them really match. So it certainly is possible that Paul had one that said seed in the singular rather than the plural. But nevertheless, Paul's point in Galatians 3, and I'll put it on the board, makes no sense if you actually know how to read Hebrew. And it says, now the promises were made to Abraham and to his offspring, which would have been plural. It says, and it does not say to offsprings as of many, but it says, and to your offspring as to one person who is Christ. But that's asinine, because the word that we get there is the same what we get in Genesis, and it doesn't mean singular. It means offspring, a whole lineage, generations of people. That's why it says that your seed will be as numerous as the stars in the heavens, will be as numerous as the sand on the seashore. We don't have singular usages of the word.
Well, we do. You're just
For example, Jonathan, imagine if someone tried to make an argument to you that, well, listen, it says sheep and not sheeps. As an English speaker, you would realize how silly that argument would be, because we don't use the word sheeps referring to singular or multiple sheep. We always just say sheep. For any Jewish reader looking at the text of Genesis, they know that regardless of whether or not it's multiple seeds or just a singular seed, it's always the same word. And there's no distinction in the Hebrew. It's a silly argument on Paul's part.
Well, I agree. But what Paul's doing is shining light on the fact that it was singular.
It wasn't singular.
I mean, that's what the Jews thought.
No, it's not. Obviously not.
Or you don't think that? Well, not the Christian Jews. I'm saying that the Jews obviously thought that it was the children of Abraham.
Because the word Zerah refers to a plurality of people. It refers to the whole generations of people, the whole lineage of people, which is why it can say that they're going to be as numerous as the stars of the heaven, because seed refers to the entire lineage.
Or singular.
No.
Seed.
How is a singular seed as numerous as the stars of heaven?
No. So it's used differently in one place than the other.
It's not, though. Find me a place where it says that.
I just did. So Abraham's seed will be as numerous as the stars, but the seed of the woman,
plural. So no, the seed of the woman is still plural. It means offspring.
By the way, when Paul makes the argument for seed versus seeds, he's not referencing Genesis 3. He's referencing Abraham's seed, which is in the plural.
He's representing Abraham's seed, which is still the seed of the woman. It's the whole lineage from her to Jesus.
We're all the seed of the woman, if the book of Genesis is true.
Right. Absolutely. Could it be 6,000 years old and God's just ready to sweep the legs out of everyone and use the foolish thing to conquer the wise?
No. Nope.
That's just Pauline cope.
That's like super, super deep cope for a guy who can't really point to a single prophecy that Jesus fulfilled. Meanwhile, I can point you to lots of prophecies that he just lied about and the New Testament lies about. So, for example, Jeremiah 31 clearly is Matthean invention. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted because for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy." Now, knowing what you know about Jeremiah, you knew that he's writing to the exiles as they're being carried off into deportation. And he promises they're going to come back after 70 years. We see that 2 chapters prior in chapter 29. What do you think this prophecy is saying?
You know, I'm not going to allude to knowing what it's going to say because honestly, I'm still piecing together everything he said about the history, which I understand it's Jeremiah's in the time of Babylonian exile, right? I'm not sure before or after.
Jeremiah wrote prior and during the Babylonian exile. He wrote prior to the exile that they're going to be captive for 70 years and then they're going to come back. So that's chapter 25 and 29. He tells you that it's only going to be set for 70 years.
Is it not multiplied later on?
That's Daniel. It's not in Jeremiah.
Okay. Is that the same exile?
Kind of, not really.
So yeah, I mean that's where history gets so confusing for me. I can't like make an argument as to what exactly he's talking about.
Well, I think it's pretty clear. Just listen to what he says. He says, "Keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there's reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy." What do you think it means to come back from the land of the enemy?
Raised from the dead?
No. So
okay.
The prophecy is that the Israelites are going to come back from captivity. He said it multiple times already. He's not saying that no one's going to die or that you're going to be risen from the dead. He's saying, listen, your people are going to come back from Babylon.
Well, it may be. I mean, also you're a slave to you're also a slave to your sin. They were physically slaves.
Well, he didn't say any of that. So Jeremiah 29 is not about being a slave to sin. It's about being carried off into Babylon. He didn't say anything about being a slave to sin. He says, where I have driven, just listen. Where I have driven you, says the Lord. I will restore your fortunes and gather you from all the nations and all the places where I have driven you, says the Lord, and I will bring you back to the place from which I sent you into exile. He says it on multiple occasions that he's going to bring you back from the land of Babylon.
Well, he sent them to exile from the place where he sent them to exile,
which is Babylon,
or dead.
No, like Babylon.
You're dead to sin.
Are you under the impression that he's not talking about Babylon?
No, I'm not. I'm just. Thus saith the Lord. Honestly,
thus says the Lord of hosts of God, the God of Israel, to all. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, to all exiles whom I have sent into exile from Jerusalem to Babylon.
Okay,
he's writing to the Babylonian exiles, and he tells them that they're coming back. He's going to bring them back, which is why when we fast forward just a couple chapters to chapter 31, and he tells them again for the umpteenth time that it's okay, they're going to come back from the land of the enemy. What else could we learn from this other than God is reinforcing his initial promise to bring them back?
I'm not sure. They made it back, right?
Some of them, but that's not my point. My point is, this prophecy is clearly, anyone who's willing to be honest, is clearly about God bringing the exiles back from the land of Babylon. But Matthew took this prophecy, ripped it entirely out of its context, and made it about the babies that are murdered in Bethlehem. And it says, he sent and killed all the children in and around Bethlehem who were 2 years old or under, according to the time they had learned from the Magi. Then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing and loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. But this prophecy was not about the babies being murdered in Bethlehem. This prophecy was about the Israelites coming back from captivity, and Matthew has to go into the Old Testament and make up lies about what it says.
Well, hold on here. Didn't you say Daniel was also partially
Daniel was
same
written
exile?
hundreds of years later, and no. Daniel is trying to figure out why they weren't restored after the exile like God had promised.
Okay, and did that have something to do with people sacrificing babies in
No.
Bethlehem?
No.
Because something about Daniel going to the Magi came to my head when you brought up the Magi, and I don't know sure is that so. That's not it is or is not. See, that's I don't know about the same exile or if the babies could have been getting massacred. Like Matthew could be right, Jeremiah could be right.
Matthew isn't right. Jeremiah isn't talking about babies being massacred because he says that your people are going to come back from the land of the enemy. These babies aren't coming back from anything. They're dead. They've been massacred. And it's clearly in context just talking about the exiles.
But that's what the enemies do. They kill babies.
Yeah, but as it turns out, these dead babies didn't come back from the land of the enemy. My point is, Jeremiah is not talking about dead babies. He's talking about the people of Israel.
Right. Israel coming back from the land where they killed babies.
No.
Okay. Maybe I'm confused there.
Babylon is not the land of baby killing.
You sure?
Yeah.
That's not where
you're confusing No, you're confusing Bethlehem with Babylon.
Well, I and all the mountainous areas that God commanded to kill people.
No.
Sacrificing children to Baal.
No, he says in Jeremiah that that has never even crossed his mind.
I mean, even they started worshiping of cow.
Yep.
So you're just saying no, like they couldn't have been worshiping a false god there, killing babies.
No, I'm saying that has nothing to do with the passages we're referring to.
But could it?
No.
There's nothing in the passage in Jeremiah about babies being massacred. It's about people being taken away into exile.
I understand that we don't have that history, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't have been part of their history.
It wasn't.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Jeremiah clearly is referring to the exile. He's clearly saying that these people being carried off into exile will be coming back because he only said it 100 times.
Right. Well,
even if this passage was about dead babies, this is centuries and centuries before Jesus is even born, that this is when that took place.
I guess I'm confused about the direction of the conversation. You're saying that Matthew says that there was baby killing going on in Bethlehem, and Jeremiah says that they were captive in Babylon, and you're suggesting that Matthew couldn't have been talking about the same thing because you don't have.
No, he's clearly not. Just pay attention. Babylon and Bethlehem aren't the same places. Just follow along. Bethlehem's not in Babylon, okay? Jeremiah says your children are being fucking carried away. It's okay. They're going to come back. That was a promise that was going to transpire in 70 years after the captivity. So 605 was the beginning of the captivity. This was supposed to come to a head 70 years later, which means this prophecy doesn't have any legs past 70 years. It's done. It's over. This prophecy is not about babies being murdered in Bethlehem 600 years later.
It couldn't have got carried on or extended?
No, this is not about babies being murdered. It's about children coming back from exile.
Right. But Matthew relates it to
Matthew is making things up because he has nothing. He has no actual prophecies. This prophecy is about Israelites coming back from captivity. That is what it's about, which means it can never be about babies being murdered in Bethlehem.
Are you sure?
Yes, because they're not coming back from exile.
So how did Matthew word it as far as trying to relate the two?
Buddy, listen, it's okay if you haven't read it. We've already read it 3 times. How many times do we have to do this?
You read the Jeremiah one. How did he said?
Okay, Matthew didn't quote the part of the babies coming back. He left that part out because it was inconvenient for him, and it would be a clear red flag that Matthew's full of bullshit. He only quoted the first part that talked about the babies. Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refused to be comforted because her children are no more. He quoted that part and then conveniently left out the next clause that says they're going to come back from the land of the enemy, because that would have given up the ruse. The reality is, anyone who knows these prophecies knows that Matthew's just randomly out of context quoting from Jeremiah. He has no idea what Jeremiah is actually talking about. He's making shit up.
You know, I don't know if I can. I would have to read the context on Matthew more, but I'm sure it relates. Just like
it doesn't relate. It can't relate. Listen, Jeremiah is talking about children of Israel coming back from fucking Babylon. Unless these babies murdered in Bethlehem were murdered in Bethlehem, I can't talk now, was murdered in Babylon and then brought back to life. This is not about him. It's not about them.
Right, not about them coming back. And that's why I say I'm going to have to read context of Matthew more, because I still, from what you're reading me, I would have to get out the Bible, and I still don't understand what Matthew's saying, I guess.
Matthew is just quoting something out of context and claiming that Jeremiah predicted it. He says, when the babies were born and are murdered in Bethlehem, he says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. Then he quotes just the beginning of the clause and not the second half. And he says, a voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. He likens this. He says, this is what happened when the babies were murdered. He was fulfilling this prophecy. But they weren't fulfilling this prophecy, because the prophecy that was given in Jeremiah isn't about babies being murdered in Bethlehem. The prophecy are about the actual Israelites coming back from Babylonian captivity, which means Matthew is a liar.
Oh, so here you go. Here's a clear explanation.
There's not a clear explanation.
The prophecy you're quoting out of your book of Jeremiah could have not been the prophecy he was quoting from Jeremiah. Jeremiah could have had more than that prophecy, right? Ones that didn't even make it.
Jeremiah most certainly was being edited hundreds of years after his life, but the version that we have is the same version that he had. And again, he didn't add
prophecy he had.
Again, he didn't add parts to it. If Matthew added parts to it that weren't there, then you could just say, well, maybe Matthew had a different edition, but he's not adding anything to it. What he's doing is quoting it and leaving out the part that's inconvenient for him. All you have to do is read it, and we have 3 times, and it's very clear that it's not about babies being murdered hundreds of years later. The prophecy is clearly about the Israelites coming back from Babylonian captivity, which is the main theme of Jeremiah's work.
So that prophecy could have prophecies of other stuff that we don't have now.
No.
Or he could have had more prophecies
related
to it.
The reason why Matthew is quoting from this prophecy is because he's practicing a form of prophecy where you take the original thing and you ignore the context of it, and you just tell yourself, we're going to go in here and we're going to decode this thing. We're going to treat it like a fucking Mad Libs. We're going to decode it and make it to be about our time period, even though it has nothing to do with our time period. It's the same thing that was happening at the Dead Sea.
Author with them.
They didn't have the author with them.
They had
Jonathan, is this really the method that you're going to try to use in order to prove your point? Is that you're going to make the claim that Matthew was actually quoting from some other unknown text that we no longer have, that quotes verbatim the same exact words as found in Jeremiah 31?
I'm saying that he could have had other prophecy related to it that was given at the same time. Like, you seen Prophets at End Times guy on YouTube? You ever watched him?
No.
Just prophecy after prophecy coming out of that guy. So, I mean,
No idea who
Jeremiah
he
preaching
is.
naked might have had a little bit more scripture for Matthew than us that could have been relating the two,
Well,
and we just don't have that.
Matthew didn't quote from it, nor does he mention it. So assuming he had something different is ridiculous.
I don't know, history 2,000 years ago, they probably had more.
We have no reason to believe that Jeremiah was fundamentally different in the first century as it was to what we have now.
Right. That book of Jeremiah, is that the only book Jeremiah had?
Jeremiah didn't have only one book, maybe two books. That's the first 25 chapters of Jeremiah. Everything else that comes after that everything that came after that was assembled by people after he was already dead.
That made it through history.
So now we're claiming that there's an alternate version of Jeremiah that exists that we have no evidence of. And we got Jonathan to admit, at least, that he thinks his Bible is partially corrupt.
Yeah, that's
No,
what
the
it sounds
Bible's
like.
not partially corrupt. What I'm saying
it must be corrupted because Matthew, you think, had a different version than what we have, which means God didn't preserve his word. It must be.
What I'm saying is like there might have been more.
A different version. I know, a version with more. I agree.
Yahweh didn't preserve his prophecy, apparently.
So, and then Yahweh just decided not to preserve it. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think that God said he would preserve all of history.
And he said that he would preserve his word. Jesus says that you need to live not on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. How can you live on every word that proceeds from the mouth of God when we don't have it?
Well, you do.
No, we don't. You just said that there's alternate copies of Jeremiah that are now missing passages.
God didn't promise to preserve every word that's ever been spoken by him in scripture.
Yeah, but you kind of missed what I said just prior. Jesus said to hang on every word that was spoken by the Lord. Live on every word, right? We don't have his every word according to you. We lost it to history. And also, again, this is a pathetic cope because Matthew isn't quoting from something that is different. He's quoting what he actually had, which agrees with what we have. We have Jeremiah in the variant that Matthew had it.
All I'm suggesting it, and like I said, I'm not a scholar. I'm just suggesting that there may have been more.
Why?
That we don't have.
That doesn't fix
your
the problem.
Your suggestions don't mean anything unless you have data to back them up. Right. You would have to provide us with a manuscript.
Other than history. But like, let's get back to the Christmas story real quick.
This is the Christmas story.
Which Matthew having quoted something from Jeremiah, and you think it's a little out of context and misconstrued?
It's 100% out of context, and that's clear. We had to read it 3 times. We know it's out of context.
We just don't have the necessarily history that he was writing about. Possibly.
Yeah, we do. We do have the history. Jeremiah was writing about the Israelites coming out from Babylon. He said it verbatim.
Right.
So that means that this is not a prophecy about babies being killed in Bethlehem hundreds of years later.
Later than their return or their exile?
Either.
And how are you dating that?
Dating what?
Their exile?
It's 605. We know when Nebuchadnezzar exiled them. We have the documents from history. We know when they were exiled, and it was hundreds of years before Jesus existed.
What document?
The Old Testament tells us that they were carried in exile by Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay, I'll take that one. What document do you have that dates the killing of the babies in Bethlehem?
The Bible is the only thing because it never happened. And according to the Bible, it happened hundreds of years later, and it had nothing to do with exiles. No, it didn't.
Had several times they were killed.
No, it didn't. Not several times was there babies being murdered in Bethlehem in mass. That's what Matthew's writing about. This is hundreds of years after Jeremiah wrote, and Jeremiah was writing about something that was only 70 years after his prophecy was given. His
Matthew-
prophecy was going to be fulfilled within 70 years, which means it doesn't matter what Matthew says. Nothing about Jeremiah 31 was about hundreds of years later.
No, but Matthew could have been saying that Jeremiah 31 was because they were murdering babies in Bethlehem before it.
They weren't. Bethlehem is not in Babylon, Jonathan. How many times do you have to say this? Babylon is not in Bethlehem, and Bethlehem's not in Babylon.
I'm not saying they were. I'm saying the Israelites were murdering babies in Bethlehem.
They were not.
There's no murdering
So
of babies in
God
Jeremiah
damned
31.
But they were murdering babies all the time, is what I'm saying.
No, they were
Before
not.
exile,
The Israelites
they were murdering
were
babies in
not.
Bethlehem.
They were not.
You're saying that, but the Bible's saying they were.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't Matthew say they were murdering babies in Bethlehem?
No. Matthew says that Herod had babies killed in Bethlehem. There are no babies dying in Bethlehem in the Hebrew Bible. They're not over there killing babies. It's also irrelevant because Jeremiah is telling you what it's about. Jeremiah said that this is about the Israelites coming back from exile. Anything other than that means it's not about them.
Hold on. You guys have to forgive me, and I apologize. So Herod was the king while Jesus was born that had the babies killed in Bethlehem because the Magi who learned from Daniel, who spent his
They didn't learn it from Daniel.
Teaching.
There's
Okay,
nothing
listen,
in the
from my
Bible that says
understanding,
that.
Daniel taught the Magi.
That's not in the Bible.
Okay.
Book, chapter, verse, please, Jonathan.
I don't have it. I'm telling you what my understanding
Because
is.
it doesn't exist.
Daniel went and taught the Magi about the sun to come, and that's how they knew to look for the star. And then
There's no star prophecy in the book of Daniel either, so this doesn't make any sense.
The Magi came to Harold, and Harold figured out when baby Jesus was supposed to be born in Bethlehem. And
Jonathan, Jonathan, no one cares about your Bible fan fiction. We only care about what the Bible actually says.
I don't have that verse. Or
there is
my
no
source,
verse. They didn't need anything in Daniel to figure out where the Messiah was going to be born. It says it in the book of Micah.
But didn't Daniel speak about the Magi?
No. Daniel, we have nothing in the book of Daniel that says that he taught the Magi the Hebrew Bible.
Okay, but do the Magi come up in the book of Daniel?
Magi exist, yes, we agree. The question is, what is their connection to the biblical narrative? And there is no connection other than they're people who don't believe in this nonsense.
So, yeah, they were like magicians, right? Magi?
Not quite. They're wise men.
Like they looked at the stars, astrologers.
Yeah, astrology people.
So, again, this doesn't fix the problem, Jonathan.
Daniel went and taught them about Jesus.
This doesn't fix the problem. Even if Daniel did, it wouldn't be true. Even if Daniel did teach them the Hebrew Bible, Jeremiah 31 would still not fucking be about the babies in Bethlehem. Jeremiah is about one thing and one thing only. That one thing are the Israelites coming back from Babylon after 70 years. That's it. There's only one thing that Jeremiah is talking about.
And I'll grant you this, that sounds like they're not related.
They're not related.
Right. The way you're teaching it, it sounds like they're not related.
Because they're not.
We would just have Matthew maybe misquoting Jeremiah.
He does. He does that with everything. All of his quotations from the Hebrew Bible are just out of context quotations. The next one, he says that that Joseph and Mary got up and took the baby by night to Egypt in order to fulfill what was written by the prophet, "Out of Egypt I have called my son." But the reality is that comes from Hosea 11, which is not even a prophecy.
Out of Egypt, right? Well, you say it's not. But
it's not.
Want to read it? Son? And who's speaking?
Well, who's speaking is clearly God through the prophet. And he says, when Israel was a child in the past, Israel is. Exodus 4:22. Pay attention. I'll show you. Don't worry. Exodus
Israel
4:22 is the son, and that's why we find in Hosea chapter 11.
This is
Israel,
your definition of Israel.
It's not. Israel is the nation of Israel. They're an actual people group that are alive on the planet. It's not a church. Exodus 4:22 says, "Then you shall say to Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, Israel is my firstborn son." And Israel, the fucking people group, were the ones that came out of Egypt, not a spiritual, nebulous concept of a church. So that's why we have in Hosea 11, not a spiritual group, that's a cope. Hosea 11 is not a spiritual group. That's a lie you have to tell yourself. In Hosea, it's never been a spiritual group. Hosea 11 isn't a prophecy. It's a retelling of the past. It's a retelling of what happened after the Exodus. And all you had to do is read it and stop talking for 5 seconds and it'll become clear. Because when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that they went from me, the more I called them, the more they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. Yet it was I who taught Ephraim to walk, and I who took them up in my arms, but they did not know that I healed them. I led them with cords of human kindness and bands of love. I was to them like those who lift infants to their cheeks. I bent down and fed them. And then we get the actual prophecy. They shall return to the land of Egypt, and Assyria shall be their king, because they have refused to return to me. So what you have in Hosea 11 is 4 verses of God recounting what he did in the past as an accusation for why he's going to punish Israel, which means Hosea 11 verse 1 is not a prophecy, it's a history. That's why the words are in the past tense.
But it's also a foreshadowing of Jesus.
Nope, that's Jesus a lie you have to tell yourself. Certainly not.
Moses
did Jesus sacrifice to Baals and offer incense to idols?
No, and that was my point.
Then it's just an out of context quotation.
No, so when Moses went up the mountain,
man, the amount of lies you have to tell yourself to read this book and still be a Christian is wild. I have no idea how you guys sleep at night. So what it says is that when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. Who was called out of Egypt? It was Israel. And then it says, the more that I called them, the more that they went from me. So Jesus is not the target of this passage because it's about Israel.
Going to be about 2 things.
No.
Why not?
Because that's a lie you have to tell yourself.
2 meanings?
And now he's just trolling.
If I have
to?
No.
Jonathan, if you can make it about 2 or 3 or 5 billion different things, then we can make anyone fulfill any prophecy as long as we do this crazy coping mechanism that you're engaging in.
Right. All you have to do is raise from the dead and then have followers go. No,
you just have to spiritually raise from the dead. This morning when Justin rose from his sleep, the sleep of death, he fulfilled the prophecy of rising from the dead. Therefore, Justin's the Messiah now.
Listen, if you let me unalive you, and you come back,
no, you don't. You don't need to actually die. It's spiritual, don't you know, Jonathan?
Yeah.
Justin spiritually fulfilled the prophecy.
Dead, that's another me.
A wicked generation asked for a sign.
Yes. I don't ask for one. Hey. Let me expound on one thing. I think that's the right word. When Moses went up the mountain to speak with Jesus and God, which is
not
God.
Jesus and God, just God.
This is not in the Old Testament.
Came back down, and they were worshiping the cow, and Moses drew a line in the sand, much like Jesus did, and said, on this side, you are for me. On that side, you're against me. And then this is where the Levites join Moses, right? And they get a special reward, which ends up being priests. And they go through and kill everyone on the other side of the line on the sand. It's foreshadowing judgment, right? But when that happens, were the people that didn't cross the line
To be sure,
still a part of Israel?
I reject all of this foreshadowing nonsense. Being part of Israel means that you're part of the people group, the ethno-religion.
I know
You know the
want it to
irony,
mean
Justin.
that, but like,
The irony, Justin, is that the Israelites were pointing at a physical object that wasn't Yahweh and claiming that it was Yahweh, which is exactly what Jonathan does every time he assumes Jesus is God.
It's true. He commits blasphemy every time.
It's almost Christmas.
yeah.
Tomorrow, let us have a festival for Yahweh, said the Israelites.
you lost me, guys.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, listen, Jonathan.
Well, they thought they yeah.
I think it's time to put a fork in this conversation. I think you've probably said enough. I hope you think long and hard about this conversation about how Jesus didn't actually fulfill anything. These are just out of context quotations from the Old Testament. These are copes. These are not prophecies.
Okay. Can I leave you with one thing?
Sure, go ahead. He's going to preach. I wouldn't allow that.
It's just mentally exhausting. I'm so glad I don't have to engage in that kind of pretzeling anymore.
Could you imagine still having to do that nonsense? It's crazy that people voluntarily do it. Like they choose to do this to themselves. It's so weird to me. Because they've already made the commitment. Like they've had some sort of mystical experience, and now they're mentally and emotionally committed to a thing that they don't really know anything about. It's terrifying. All right, friends, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Colorado, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That is huge, my friend. Big W says, love you, brother. Love to you, brother. Well, love to you as also, and love the entire deconstruction community. Well, thank you. We love the community. And Dalton as well. I'm glad you had enough energy after your live stream to come and join us here. I was curious if you were gonna go late and then go to bed, or if you're gonna come hang out with us heathens late at night. But here we are.
Oh, it was slow as hell on my stream, so I was like, everyone, we're gonna go over to the DZ. The only thing I got to talk about was one long ass discussion about the Shroud of Turin that went absolutely nowhere.
That's awful.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Drew Smith, my friend, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's huge. Says, can I get a witness? You know what? We got to get that on the soundboard. Hold on. Can I get a witness sound? All right, I'll work on getting that added up. That's such. I don't know why I don't have that on my soundboard yet. I'm a little bit embarrassed that we don't have that.
Getting what on the soundboard?
Can I get a witness?
Oh.
All right, well,
I actually I just got my first YouTube paycheck, and I used it to buy a better camera and some other equipment, including well, you guys will see on January 2nd when I bought. It'll raise the quality of our lives a lot.
I can't help it. Yeah, that's like the my whole first year of streaming was just used to build a better streaming setup so I could do bigger and better stuff, and also educational resources like books and whatnot. But I'm excited for your stream growth. 2026 is going to be the year of Dalton. Oh shit, this is a huge, this is a long super chat. Give me a second. I got to move this super chat window so that it all fits. All right. There we go. From Grand, thank you so much for the $99 super chat, friend. That's huge. Let's get a bunch of W's for Grand Vienna. Says, finally able to blast my first super chat. Well, I'm glad you can be here to do it. Says, blessed be the new four horsemen of atheism. Justin, Dalton, the atemporal, unconditional precondition that is necessarily non-contingent, aka Ian. And sweet baby Blitz. We do love the four horsemen. Double dongers for Doug. Hell yeah. Ooh, I like this one. Inshallah. Let's see. You know what? We should do something with the word inshallah and like shale. I think that's what he was doing here. Inshallah. I like that one a lot. That's a good play on Doug words. But listen, I don't know who the four horsemen of atheism is, but I know for sure that we have a new hashtag, which is double dongers for Doug. Let's fucking go. Double dongers for Doug, y'all.
I believe the original group was Hitch, Dawkins, Dennett, and Harris.
Right.
But we're going to replace them, bud.
Let's fucking go. Let's do it. I'm ready to do it. And Randy, thank you for the $100 super chat. Let's get 1,000,000 W's for Randy out here tonight. Says the Christian nationalist movement is something that most are not aware of. That is true. The Heritage Foundation is moving Project 2025 into the politics of our government. This far, right religious movement seems to want theocracy. That is the case. And there is a tracker. Give me a whole sec. It's the Project 2025 tracker. Let's see where we're at right now. The Project 2025 tracker is still live. Overall progress right now is at 50%. Fucking terrifying, man. Terrifying. We got to fight like crazy at the primaries to get some opposition elected. We just got to do it. Randy, thank you so much also for sending out 10 more Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships and another 10 more Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That is huge, my friend. But Randy is not done yet. Randy sent out another 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Randy making memberships rain out here. Let's get 1,000,000 W's in the chat for Randy. Thank you so much, my friend. And Drew Smith, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I object. It's all hearsay, Your Honor. I mean, I agree. The Gospels count as hearsay, not as eyewitness testimony, not by any stretch of the imagination. And Move the Stars, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, not sure how to word it. If nothing that the all-powerful God does not want to happen can happen, and it's all ultimately part of his plan, couldn't you argue that even things from evil entities are, in fact, ultimately of God? I agree. And people that are really into Calvinism would agree with you, right? That nothing happens outside of the will of God. And if that's the case, what that means is the evil shit that happened by the will of God. It's just arguably true. Agreed. And Drew Smith, thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. It says, I accidentally got distracted and have no idea how we got from Christmas Story to Adam and Eve. I need to pay closer attention. And trust me when I tell you, that guest didn't either. That guest was out of his mind. He had no idea where he was going. He was just concussed the entire way through. And Drew, thank you for the additional ties. It's the ties for the cat gods. Well, thank you so much. They're back here napping right now. At least who's back there? Is that Faraday? Faraday's napping. I don't know where Volta went. Volta's probably in my office chewing on some cords right now, trying to sabotage my live stream. I've never seen a cat that does so much chewing on things that it shouldn't chew on, but here we are. Grand Viana also says, asking Jonathan to imagine is a big tax. Listen, I don't disagree. That seems to have been the case. That really was. And it's sad. I like the name Jonathan. Now I'm going to shudder next time we get another Jonathan up here. And Masaki says, some shekels for kitty treats and pitching in for Pat. Well, thank you, Masaki. I really appreciate that. And so did Pat and the kitties. Fuss Rohan, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, question, have been years and can't get past being agnostic. How did you determine that beliefs are actually yours or products of indoctrination? Sometimes it's hard to put them apart because I want to stay honest with myself. Well, to me, I asked myself, because I believed in a generic God for a while after I deconstructed, and I asked, why do I believe in a God still? Right? Do I have evidence for a God? Or is it that I was raised to believe there was a God and I haven't kicked it yet, right? So when you think about your belief system and where you're currently at, ask yourself, why do I believe in X, Y, and Z? Do I have evidence for it? And if you don't have evidence for it, then the reality is, it's there most likely because of your culture, your upbringing, or your environment. And the greater Full Band, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says it's so frustrating to listen to someone say, "I admit I don't know what I'm talking about," and continue to argue with people who do. It's the craziest thing. It's one of the reasons why you'll see me get animated up here, is because he clearly has no idea even where he's at. Yet he'll get up here and argue with the text saying, well, maybe this and maybe that, rather than just saying, huh, yeah, it looks like it's just an out of context quote. Rock hard for Doug. Speak of the devil. Good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says thanks for the shout out earlier. We are actually smoking homemade barbecue ribs for Christmas Eve and Saturnalia. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I wish I had time to really make some good food. Although in the new year, I'm trying to go pescatarian. I've talked to Ian. I can't find a way for me personally, with my moral framework, to still think that we should be murdering animals just for food. Although fuck fish, fucking fuck fish. They're just a step above trees. That being said, I think I'm going to go pescatarian this year, and we'll see how that works. But hope your barbecue's delicious. Raul says, keep it up, Justin. You're doing the real work here. Well, thank you, Raul. I appreciate the $20 super chat, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really do appreciate that. I got just one more super chat from our friend Chip. Thank you so much, my friend. Says, Mary Dougmas to Justin, Sarah, Dalton, Ems, Dugald, and everyone else spreading the message of Doug and Sharon. Rock hard for Doug and Simply for Sharon. Well, thank you, Chip. I really appreciate that. And thanks for a year of being with us in our community and supporting our content and our work. It is appreciated all the way around. There's so many people that love and support us in this community that make it possible for us to do what we do. So a huge W goes out to everyone who makes that possible. And speaking of the devil, how you doing, Blitz?
I'm doing A-okay.
Good to see
you.
Very
bud. Sadder Miss Hana Kwanzaa.
Exactly. And
do it on the right day.
Festivus for the rest of us.
Indeed.
Oh, Blitz's presence just reminded me of something. Justin, you still have to send me the access to that one thing so I can do the edits for that one other thing, if you know. I don't want.
Oh, yep. I got you.
Yeah. 2026, I'll be not yet, but I got to get on it for all of y'all.
Oh, I'll do it during our next conversation here while we're chatting away. Thanks for the reminder, though. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's bring in our next guest. Blitz, you came up to cook with us, right?
Yeah, I'm just here to have some fun.
Fuck yeah, okay. I think Brian was waiting.
So I might not be paying attention to everything, but I'll be here.
I get it. Here for at least moral support. Okay, we're gonna get Brian. Welcome in, Brian. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
I do not, and I'm over 18 years old. I'm a friendly. I just wanted to come in for a brief second to give you a little bit more ammo against the Christmas story.
Sure.
So one thing that is going to drive a lot of these folks crazy is that if you're going by human and mammalian biology, is that we don't actually have a method for parthenogenesis. But if we did, Jesus would be a direct clone of Mary. And so if Jesus is parading as a man, they are in fact celebrating the LGBTQ community.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. Sometimes I run a kind of a tongue-in-cheek topic. I'll say that Jesus was trans, and we do a little bit of play on biology. But and this is just me personally. I think most Christians are happy just admitting that biology goes out the window when it comes to the virgin birth, and that it was a miracle, right?
No. I agree. Even parthenogenesis in mammals would be a miracle because we have genomic imprinting. I just thought it'd be fun to give you that information if you didn't have it already.
It's a good point, though. I've never heard that before. I'll definitely have to bring that up and just to see what Christians do with it, because I mean, it just, if that's the case, it might be something that even if it's, not like a dead ringer of a talking point, it'd be fun to kind of fuck around with them,
Yeah, it means that Jesus is either trans or he's pretending and a lesbian if you believe the Mary Magdalene story. So you get them both ways. I'll get off the line. Thanks, y'all.
All right, cheers, man. There it goes. Okay. We'll move on to our next one. It looks like it's going to be a Marva. I hope I read that right. A Marva Granny. How you doing, Amarva?
Uh-oh.
Did you request by accident?
Sorry.
No worries. We'll take care of it.
Sorry.
Thanks for watching.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Lovely music, though.
Right? Oh, W. Okay. I guess we'll do Simply Braisha. I think I read that right. Okay. Welcome in, Simply. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus? Did Simply fall asleep in the queue? Oh, how you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Simply, are you over 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And do you believe in Jesus?
Yes.
Awesome. And do you believe the Christmas story as the Bible tells it?
Yes.
Okay. So my claim here tonight is that I think the Christmas story is false. I don't believe that there is a prophecy of the Messiah being born of a virgin. The genealogy of Jesus is contradictory and contrived. I have no reason to believe that the narrative around his birth is true. Like they escaped. They went to Bethlehem during the census, and then they escaped to Egypt. And then, according to Luke, he was born again during the census. He escaped under Herod, and then was born again under the census listed in Luke. None of this stuff makes sense. I also don't believe in this nonsensical prophecy that the Messiah was going to come out of Egypt, or that there were wise men that had to come and teach the Jews about their own book. Which one of those topics do you think you want to touch on first?
I just came on because how do you get to your hell cheat sheet?
Oh, so the cheat sheet is available to all of the members on DZ Debate, and it's available to people who subscribe to me on TikTok as well. It's my first pinned video. Still there? Simply? I think we lost Simply.
You was breaking up.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. The easiest way is to subscribe to one of my channels, and you should have a member perk. On my main Deconstruction Zone channel, I've got 2 membership levels. The first level is just for people who want the emojis. The second level is for people who want the emojis in the cheat sheet. On DZ Debates, when I created that channel, I smushed the memberships into one. So if you're a member on DZ Debates who have access to it, you could also be a member on Patreon, or you could be a member on TikTok. So any of those methods would get you there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, cheers, friend. Sounds like a Christian that might want to deconstruct. Maybe. Speaking of memberships, not that guy. Thank you for sending out 5 more memberships. 5 more people that's got access to the cheat sheet, my friend. I really do appreciate that. Big, big W. And Bad Social Skills, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that. And thank you for your additional super chat. So I got kicked out of the garden, but the Boston garden, I got too drunk at a Bruins game, and that's going to happen. You're going to have a little bit of that, but you know what? At least you're having fun. That's what counts. You were having a good time. And you know what? Fuck, even Noah had a good time. Noah got drunk a little bit too. W Noah, Simeon, thank you for the super chat. Says happy holidays to y'all. Currently watching the Santa Claus And for how much I don't like Tim Allen, I can't deny this Christmas classic. It's so good. Actually, I do like it as well. There's some Christmas movies that I feel like I've gotten bored with, but I still like the Santa Claus. Now, if you're watching on YouTube, our YouTube queue is actually empty at this point, surprisingly, but you can join by going to tiny.cc/DZguest. If you're watching on TikTok, you just got to hit that guest request button down at the bottom of the screen, and we're going to get you into the conversation. Next in line is AK Fireweed. I'm going to read 2 more super chats and we'll get Fireweed in here. Guitar Karma, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, I wanted to get your opinion on Great Lakes Christmas Ale. It's pretty good. It's not my favorite. And since you have free will, you can freely choose to not love it. But if you don't, then Krampus will burn your house down. It's okay. I don't mind Great Lakes Brewery beers. To me, I feel like there are much better beer manufacturers out there, like even locally where I live. I think there are better beers, even better Christmas beers. Trying to think, was it the Four Dogs of Christmas is what we call it where I live. Let me see what they call that. Hold on. Oh, the 12 Dogs of Christmas. There we go. From Thirsty Dog Brewing Company, we've got the 12 Dogs of Christmas. I like that Christmas ale better than the one from Great Lakes. Not that Great Lakes isn't bad. Great Lakes is just fine. But I like that one a little bit better. I really do enjoy everything by Founders. Founders Brewery is probably my favorite brewery, but listen, I do enjoy Great Lakes. In fact, I live close enough to Great Lakes Brewery that sometimes I'll go up and go eat at the restaurant and have a beer, you know? Jesus, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, have you thought about asking what would convince a theist like Jonathan that the Bible is not trustworthy enough to continue his faith in JC? It feels like he's rehearsing apologetics versus genuine convo. I think you're right. Okay, so I should ask some of these people, what would it take for you to not believe in Jesus? And you know what I think? It's going to be just like that debate with Ken Ham. Remember the Bill Nye Ken Ham debate? And Bill Nye asked him, what would it take for you to admit that, this God isn't real or whatnot? And he's like, nothing could ever change my mind, because these people aren't here honestly. These people are here doing apologetics, and not even good apologetics. They're just motivated by trying to be right, not trying to know what is true. So, all right, let me get AK Fireweed. I've never heard of fireweed. I wonder if that's a plant I should know about. It sounds dangerous.
It's something you smoke.
Right? I'm Googling it now. I hope I don't get like a virus. Hold on. Let's see. Fireweed is a tall, showy wildflower known for rapidly colonizing burning areas. Oh, that makes sense. Now we know. Well, AK, I don't know what's going on, but AK, I'm afraid your connection's not working out. But come on back if you get the opportunity, and we'll have a chat. Let's get Martin in here now. There you go. How you doing, Martin? Martin? Martin?
Martin. I think Martin might not know where he's at.
Okay.
Look, I'm sympathetic to
that. Dalton, your email is the Bible Guy Official?
Yep, the Bible Guy Official at gmail.com.
All right, I'm adding you right now. All right, bada bing, bada boom. Oh, I got to verify.
All right, well,
while we're doing this,
you guys are going to get some of those nice, sweet edits for the Unapologetic show now.
Now we're at it.
Woo-wee.
Good to go. All right, let's bring in La Paquette, and we'll see if we got some conversation. Oh, La Paquette didn't last. Okay. Now our guest box actually is empty, which is interesting, but it gets a little sporadic closer to the holidays. We'll get somebody up here in a few minutes. While we're doing that, friends, tap like crazy. Crucify the like button. Throw frankincense and myrrh at the super chats. And let's get this pushed out into the algorithm, and then we'll get some new faces in here. While we're doing that, let me grab a couple super chats, and we'll see if we can get things going. And Andrew, Drew, thank you so much for the $20 super or $10 super chat. It says, so Jonathan is making up sources the way that AI does. Yes, that's such a good point. Not only is AI making up sources, so is Jonathan. And Cameron, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Justin, I appreciate Jonathan's passion and politeness and maintained a cordial conversation. However, his arguments became repetitive and increasingly pressing. Thank you for your hard work. Well, thank you, Cameron. You know what? He was nice, but I got the impression that like he had like this incredulous fake laugh. I'm not sure if he was, I don't know how much of his niceness was genuine, if that makes sense. Like I felt something ingenuine there.
It's when you get back, I think a lot of like apologists online, when they get backed into a corner, that laugh comes out as a defense mechanism.
I think you're right. It's kind of a defense mechanism. You're right. All right. Well, we're going to grab Anne from the queue. Give me a second to grab this last super chat from Ben. Thank you so much. Says Jonathan is proof that children really should be monitoring their parents' YouTube activity. Have you watched that prophecy, guy? That's a fair point. There are some parents who shouldn't be on YouTube because it does this. If you find a guy on YouTube that's spouting prophecies, don't watch them. They're not helpful for you. Okay, let's get Anna into the conversation. Anna, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And do you believe the biblical story of Jesus, namely the Christmas story?
No.
Oh, well, shit, then we agree.
We agree. And the reason I called in is because I spoke to you maybe, I don't know, a week ago. I was so sick, my voice sounded like a man. I don't know. Um, I was the one that called in and said that I was more spiritual than anything, and I think everybody has it wrong, and da 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 da. Anyway, you might not remember. You talk to so many people every day, but I just wanted to say it was nice to see you again on the air. I really do enjoy your show. Even though we don't agree on everything, but I enjoy your show, and I just wanted to pop in and say I think your titles are funny. Every time I see one, I go, "Oh, this is going to be good." It's great. It's just great you're out there doing this and having discussion, willing to talk to anybody, even if they don't share your opinion. The last time I was on, you said I sounded very genuine, and you were very thankful for that. And I am a genuine person, and I'm also one of those people that can admit if I find out I'm wrong about something. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem saying, "Oh, okay, well, I was wrong." I don't know why so many people have a problem with that. But anyway,
Yeah,
just
it's
want to say
weird.
Merry Christmas and everything, and
Well, Merry
hope you're
Christmas to
gonna have a
you.
really good week with your loved ones and family and friends.
It should be a lot of fun. I appreciate that. I hope you have a great holiday yourself, Anna.
Thank you. I'm feeling much better. I'm
That's good
actually
to
getting
hear.
over this, whatever it was. But yeah, happy Christmas. Take
Well,
care.
thank you so much. Have a great one, friend.
You too.
W. Anna. I do remember talking to Anna because, we had a pretty decent conversation. All right, let me grab. Next in line is JC from the YouTube queue, and our friend Breezy came back to the live stream to crash out. So we'll see how that goes. I don't understand why.
Oh, I'm excited.
These people just keep coming around to get cooked. It's so weird. Welcome in, JC. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in Jesus?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And do you believe the biblical story of Jesus about like the whole Christmas situation, like the virgin birth, the genealogies, the prophecies, In and Out of Egypt, Wise Men, Wandering Star.
Yes. Also, Wise Men is not Christmas, but yeah.
The wise men weren't at his birth.
No. Wise Men came when Jesus was like 1 or 2 years old.
You're aware that that's part of the... It's fine. So let's talk about how this stuff isn't true. The wise men predicted where he would be born. That's fine. So the virgin birth, right out of the gate, is told in chapter 1. It says that there's a prophecy that's being fulfilled, and that prophecy is that a virgin shall conceive. Do you want to know why that's not a real prophecy about Jesus?
Sure.
Sure. So it's a bad quotation from Isaiah chapter 7. Isaiah chapter 7 isn't about a Messiah nor a virgin birth. It's about a war. In fact, there's a war between the kingdom of Judea and the northern tribes and the Arameans. It says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. So there's a war going on. The king of Judah is possibly going to be deposed, and the prophecy, the first prophecy, which is related but often left out, ends with the quotation, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. And then we get the second prophecy, which is about the same situation, but this is the part that gets quoted in the New Testament. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. And then he tells you how it's going to happen. He says, the Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. So which part of this am I supposed to think is about Jesus when it's clearly about the Syro-Ephraimite war?
Sorry, I have ADHD. I zoned out a little bit.
Do you have a Bible?
Not a physical one, but I have the app.
All right. And now
ADHD is not a good reason to. It's not an excuse, but I got it too, and I heard everything Justin just said.
Me too, but for what it's worth, I definitely didn't. Sorry, I know that's not helping, but
it'll be all right. I think he lost his connection, or he swiped out of the browser to read his Bible. I don't know. Hard to tell with some of these people. And he's back.
I didn't realize it closed me out if I left.
Yeah. So the passage says that Isaiah is coming to King Ahaz, and he's giving a prophecy to King Ahaz. And he asks the king, ask a sign from God. It could be anything, as high as heaven or as deep as Sheol. Doesn't matter what it is. King Ahaz says, no, I'm not going to do it. And then the prophet gets mad, and he says, fine. God will give you a sign anyways. He says, therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. Why would I think that this is about Jesus when it's clearly about a child who's already been conceived during the reign of King Ahaz?
Well,
It's also about a different
Emmanuel
named
means God
dude.
with
It's about
us,
Emmanuel.
I know, right?
which God
Yeah,
with
the
us
purpose
would
of naming
mean.
the purpose of the child being named Emmanuel is so that the king Ahaz would remember that God was with him, not because the child is God with us. There are tons of Jewish boys even today whose names are Emmanuel. None of them are God in the flesh.
In fact, my high school bully's name was Emmanuel.
Oh shit.
He was a Jewish kid. I mean, I went to D school,
Traumatizing.
so like, you know.
Oh no. Right. So, I mean, the context of the prophecy is pretty clear. The context is that King Ahaz is at war, and God asks him for a sign, and God says, "I'll give you a sign." The sign's for King Ahaz.
Okay, I
You
can
know what I
see
mean?
how you could think that, but
But it just is what it says.
that's only one that you've brought up. So
Okay.
let's see other ones.
Okay. Let's talk about the next thing on the list is the genealogies. The genealogies are a little bit silly because like they're just wrong. For example, we've got a problem with Matthew's genealogy because he traces the genealogy through Jeconiah. And it says Josiah, the father of Jeconiah, and his brothers. Now, this is a problem for two reasons. One, Josiah wasn't the father of Jeconiah. He's a goof. Josiah was the grandfather of Jeconiah, not the father. And it also happens to be that Jeconiah was cursed. We learn in Jeremiah 22 that none of Jeconiah's descendants are going to sit on the throne. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, record this man as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah." Which means this can't be any validation for Jesus being the king, because none of Jeconiah's offspring can be king.
So your first point was that Josiah is not the father
Of
of.
Jeconiah.
Well, if we look at the Bible, a lot of people are called father of, but they're really just Jesus in general. For example, he's called the son of David.
Mhm.
David is obviously not Jesus's biological father.
Yeah, but the problem we have in Matthew is giving a direct descent. So and so begat so and so. So and so begat so and so. Right? He's listing every single generation on purpose, and then he even counts them. He says, "So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14, and from David to the deportation to Babylon 14 generations, and from the deportation of Babylon to the Messiah 14 generations." But he had to leave generations out to get the 14.
Which that, yeah, I wouldn't say Matthew's a perfect person. I'd also say that God guided those scriptures, but
Why would we think that God guided him to write things that are wrong?
I don't know.
Fair question. I mean, fair answer. The other problem is in Luke. We have a genealogy in Luke. And both of these genealogies, by the way, go to Joseph, which is means Jesus is disqualified as well because Joseph wasn't the daddy of Jesus. But we read in the genealogy in Luke that it goes through Nathan, the son of David, rather than Solomon. So it says Mattatha, son of Nathan, son of David. But according to the Hebrew Bible, it says that the messianic line is going to be established through Solomon.
Well, that's why there's Jews and Christians.
Yeah, because the Christians couldn't read the Hebrew Bible.
Also, there is ways to link David to Mary.
Oh, sure. How do you do that?
Yeah, that should be good.
I can't pull up things because I can't leave the tab.
Well, there's nothing in the Bible that tells us that Mary was a descendant of King David.
Which, to be fair, with how genealogy works, you go back far enough, almost everybody's a descendant of a dude. You go far back enough.
Not everyone's a descendant of King David, though.
But it is also true that it says in Luke chapter 1 that she was of the daughters of Aaron. He's most likely a Levite. Hey, JC, how old are you, bud?
Yeah, lad, I'm 14. I'll get out.
That's okay. Thanks for coming by.
Oof. Yeetus the fetus.
I knew he was young. I was like, this guy can't be 18. I mean, to be fair, if he was 18, the arguments wouldn't have been any better. I mean, let's just be honest. But he didn't strike me as being 18 for sure. Okay. CB Crystal, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, was so excited to see you both on the line this weekend, and then Dalton on again last night. Hope he appears more, and you both host there together again. We definitely will. I was so happy that not only did we get Dalton on the line, but we got some pretty decent calls, didn't we?
Oh my gosh, so much fun. I had fun both times. I don't know if you did you get to check out last night's show? I saw some of it, but not all of it. And I heard that, Andrew called in from New
and
Jersey.
said some horrible shit.
So bad that he finally got banned from the show.
Well, fuck around and find out, I suppose. But yeah, we're definitely going to keep Dalton involved. I think he's definitely really strong in the community. So obviously he's going to be involved anywhere where we can.
Honestly,
Aaron,
I'm envious. I always get such boring calls.
I know.
On the line, that is. I mean, in my own live streams, I get all of the crazies, but on the line, every time it's been boring. I mean, not to say that it's always boring, but
because I went on Joe Vaughn's show a couple weeks ago. We didn't get a lot of good calls either, so it's kind of like hit and miss, very hit and miss.
Yeah.
Most of the times, other than the last time I've been on with Forrest, we can't get phone calls. The last time I was on with Forrest, we got some good calls, but it's hard right now. It's tough because everyone's going to TikTok. Aaron, thank you for the $20 Canadian super chat. Says, do you ever feel disheartened when people like Jonathan show up and just refuse to acknowledge the reality of the Bible? When you just read the actual words to them and they refuse to reconcile the facts with their beliefs. I would say it annoys me. I don't know if I get disheartened. When I first started streaming, I would have been. It was kind of disheartening to watch it happen because I had this assumption that like a lot of people were good, genuine human beings, and that when you pointed something out to them, they would just be honest with it because that's what I did. And the reality is that's just not the case. You point this stuff out to Christians and they contort into a million pretzels. And they'll do anything but be honest with it. And it used to make me sad. Now it just annoys me. So, it's just one of those situations. But fair question. I'm sure it does dishearten a lot of people. And Gordo Gold says, the fuck is with these believers trying to add God's word to get out of these contradictions? Is that not heretical? It is heretical. And you're right. They have to do that, right? The only rhetorical tool they have is words don't mean words, or there must be different words somewhere else. That's basically all they got, even though it clearly just says what it says. And Zen,
putting words in God's mouth as a coping mechanism has been around for 2,000 years.
Right. I mean, I agree. I mean, that's how all these religions start, is somebody claiming that God said something when we know damn well he didn't say shit. Zen, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, happy holidays, Justin. Glad to see that you have two great sous chefs to help you with your Christmas cooking. Learned a lot this year and looking forward to learning a lot more in 2026. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Zen. I really do appreciate that. And I appreciate you supporting the channel. It really does mean a lot to me. And we've kind of run out of guests, and I guess that's okay. It is the holidays. I've got a bunch of stuff. I'm going to be live again tomorrow, so maybe I won't stay up late tonight. It's almost 10 o'clock already, so I think what I'll do is I'll read through the rest of our super chats, and then we'll get to bed before midnight tonight, and then I'll see you folks again tomorrow.
Are you planning on doing a Christmas stream?
I don't think so. As far as I'm aware, I'll have to double check my schedule with everybody else, but I don't think I'm live. Let me check.
If you're not, just letting everyone know, I will be going live on Christmas Day at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time.
I will not be live on Christmas, and if I'm live on the 26th, the day after, it'll be in the morning.
Well, there you go.
Now you know, friends. Now you know. Good thing we cleared that up. Dark Thriller, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, what if I spiritually accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior? Saved? I mean, it's a fair point. Like, if everything is spiritual, then why can't I just spiritually accept Jesus? My guess is they're not going to like that. No. It has to be real. When you do it, it has to be real. When Jesus does it, he can do it spiritually. Peter, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, love to anyone suffering from intrusive thoughts, one of the hardest things for me. Another that makes thought crime so insidious a tool of religion. I agree, it really does. I'm sorry to hear that you have to struggle with that, Peter. My heart goes out for you. I mean, it's such a difficult thing, like, because it's not something that you're doing on purpose. You know what I mean? And Absent, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, $5 gift for the cat. Buy this kitty a catnip toy. You know I will, but I'm waiting for them to turn 6 months. I know you can't give them to them as little tiny kittens. You have to wait some time. And I heard varying opinions on how long to wait. So I'm just going to play it safe and wait till 6 months. And then give them catnip at 6 months. So, but we're coming up pretty close on 6 months. Yeah, we got to be getting pretty close to 6 months. So catnip coming up, my friend. Hammond, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Merry Christmas, Justin. Have a good New Year. Also, well, thank you, Hammond. I appreciate that. I hope you have a great Christmas and a good New Year. Jeannie, thank you for the $5 super chat. And what animal is that in your picture? Looks like a little chihuahua, maybe. I can't tell. It says, maybe the caller has scrupulously a type of OCD very common with religion and ADHD. There are treatments and therapies that help a lot of people. That is true. It's also interesting that people who have like spiritual experiences and mystical visions and whatnot, it's also true that they tend to no longer have them once they take antipsychotic medications and sometimes other types of medications like anti-seizure medications. Really interesting, the link there. Seems like God could overcome the medication if he wanted to. Adam says, Zadok was a great high priest. I was sad you see him go. Oh, well done.
That's very similar to the joke I often make, because I remind people that the Sadducees don't believe in the resurrection. That's why they're so sad, you see.
Nailed it. Classic. That is the case. C.A. Johnson, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, donation to help the guest get support and to talk to somebody. We need to support people like him. This is why we are a community. Couldn't agree more. We win as a community. No one is an island. We shouldn't be out here trying to do everything ourselves. And Charles says, Merry Christmas, atheist. Remember, Doug is the reason for this season. That is the rock hard, stone cold truth. And Jay the Thay, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, Justin, you've made my life so much better. Gay for Justin. Hell yeah. I appreciate that. Big W. And Reverend Nate says, Pat, regarding purpose in life, a society grows great when old men plant trees in those whose shade they shall never sit. That's a great quote. I don't think I've heard that exact quote, but I love it. That's a really good quote. Iskenendors, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I feel lucky I never deconstructed. I never even believed. Even got kicked out of church and Sunday school as a kid for asking too many questions. I love it. Unfortunately, I wasn't quite that intelligent as a youngster. I had to learn the hard way. But we're glad that you didn't have to go through the deconstruction. And Space Lord, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Happy holidays, y'all. Today, I decided to set up a YouTube profile pic for the first time. Well, congratulations. Had this profile 19 years. Guess it's time. The pic is of Celsus. I love it. One of my favorite heretics. 19 years, quite a time to have a YouTube account with no profile picture. Glad you're finally here. Soupy Dude, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, been lurking for a while, but wanted to give something for the holidays. Love learning from you, Justin. Thanks for all you do. I really appreciate that, Soupy. Big, big W to you, my friend. And Greg says, no wait, rock hard for Doug. Keep up the good work, Justin. Well, thank you, Greg. I appreciate that. And we are going to keep it going. Dorian Gray, interesting choice of name, says your email isn't in the links in your page. It most certainly is. Just go to youtube.com. DZ debates. Dorian Gray. 6 more links. And it's right there. Hold on. Or is it only on my main channel? Hold on. I know I got it in here. Social media support. Interesting. Oh, view email address. There you go. I think that's where the confusion comes in. So on the profile, you'll see a spot that says more info, and then there's view email address. You got to click on that, and then you'll get to the email address, friends. That's all. Hope that helps. Gentleman Viking, thank you for the super chat. Says Jesus is Timu Dionysus, who was born 1225. You nailed it. He absolutely is Timu Dionysus. And good question. Good to see you tonight. Says 666 cents for my tour in hell bus ticket. And not only are you on the highway to hell, you're in the fast lane, buddy. Good to see you. Cogman says Joseph Smith cured hundreds of people of malaria with a magic handkerchief. Is that part of the lore? Did you guys know about that? I've never heard that story before.
No, but it sounds like it's a riff off of Paul curing someone with his magical handkerchief in the book of Acts.
Yeah, I want to look up Joseph Smith's magic handkerchief. Let's see. Joseph Smith, founder of Mormonism, used various sacred or cult items, including a seer stone, blah, 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 blah. And the idea of a magic handkerchief specifically often referred to red silk, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I'll have to take a look at this. Joseph Smith's healing handkerchief. Apparently this is some deep lore. I'll have to look at, I'll check into this. Apparently people are talking about it. People are saying, okay. Thanks for the heads up on that, Cogman. Charles says the Bible is, there we go. The Bible is the best atheist weapon, and we couldn't agree more, Charles. The road to atheism is paved with worn-out Bibles. And Reverend Nate says Jonathan calling with an etch-a-sketch and shaky as fuck. I mean, that would describe it. His connection was shitty, though. He had like 3 red bars the entire time. Adam RN says, to be clear, Jonathan has only pulled my heartstrings to Doug. Yes, that is the case. And it's a heavy pull because, rocks can be heavy. Lynn Master, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Justin, I saw all of your opposition at Walmart shopping furiously. That is the case. Merry Christmas to all of Doug's disciples, and kisses to Volta and Faraday. Absolutely. So my sister and my brother-in-law got some neck suckles from Faraday today as well. He's always sweet to everybody. Furtive Pata. Great name. Always blows my mind that people who believe in the author of reality wrote the Bible tend to have spent so little time actually reading it. This is the case. I don't understand why people believe that like God wrote this thing. It's the most sacred thing in like all of religion, and they won't read the fucker. I will never understand it. Also, amazing name. I don't know if I've seen Furtive Patach on YouTube yet, but I'd be curious to know how you ended up with that name. Rachest7678, thank you for the $4.99, says Merry Christmas, Justin. Thank you for helping me get through all this wrapping. Been gone for a bit. Can you introduce your kittens? Cute. I certainly can. One, I think they're both gone now. One is named Faraday, and one is named Volta. Volta has got black and white patches, and Faraday is mostly black with a little bit of white. And they are fucking adorable. Cute little kitties, and they're awesome. You'll see them. In fact, I got tomorrow's Christmas Eve. For tomorrow's Christmas Eve stream, I even got little Christmas pajamas. One of them, maybe Faraday will be my little elf helper. And maybe we'll do Volta in the Dear Santa, I'll be good tomorrow. That's definitely for Volta. That one's for Volta. Volta's a fucking Hellraiser. But yeah, they're going to be adorable in Christmas pajamas. Sad Tech Geek says, Merry Christmas, Justin, and everyone. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Sad Tech Geek, and I hope you become glad. Enjoy your holiday season, friend. And Mustache Mac. There we go. Mustache Mac, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I'm not a scholar, but don't we need to be very careful with Josephus? He believed that God was on the side of the Romans during the war. Was he not? So, Josephus certainly does say some things that like are dubious, for sure. But like when he's just recounting like so and so lived and so died, these are claims that we don't need to treat with extra scrutiny. We would treat it with the same level of scrutiny as we would any other historian. But the minute they start talking about Hercules, that's when we're like, okay, that's fucking mythology. G-Force says, so hard for Doug. Happy holidays, Justin and Dalton. Well, thank you, G-Force. Appreciate that, friend. Jesus, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, the Christian apologetic that God chose Israelites as wayward, wicked children to make an example of is pretty demented. It really is, actually. And the New Testament kind of goes on this train of thought, thinking like because they rejected the Messiah, God rejected them, which then leads to a whole history of anti-Semitism within Christianity. Misanthropology, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm sure I'm right. Jonathan also. Absolutely something Jonathan would say. I mean, that basically just sums up the entire conversation. Ersmont George says, Christian spells, number 1, context, number 2, textus destructus. Yes, that is it. And to be sure, a lot of Christianity, especially early Christianity like Catholicism, really did treat it like it was a kind of a magic, you know? That's why you got like holy water. Holy water only makes sense if you have a view of this religion like it's magical.
I mean, Jews and Christians of the medieval period used to make magical amulets to protect themselves.
Yeah, the Ketef Hinnom scrolls, a pretty clear example of that. Sean, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says I learned in my YouTube. I learned in my YouTube Wrapped. I don't know what that means. I think the wrap up for the year says that I watched 522 of your videos this year. No, I don't have a life. Also, I'm a top 0.9% fan. Holy shit. I wonder if somewhere in my YouTube account, if I can find like who are my top watchers. Like I feel like there should be a metric somewhere in my analytics for like who are like your top 5 or 10 viewers. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see anything in here for that. That'd be so great because I would totally like make a note of it and like thank people and congratulate them, but there's just no way to do it right now. But thank you for watching so many of my videos, friends. I really appreciate that. Also, I am releasing on my main channel on Deconstruction Zone. I have been releasing the best of series. So I just released the best conversations, or I will say the best debates of 2025. Got all the classics, Hadassah, Manar, so on and so forth. And then I'm going to be releasing on Christmas the best good conversations of 2025. And then hopefully if I get time before New Year, I want to put together a compilation of just the best crash out moments. We'll see if I can get some time for that. But thank you so much, Sean. And Sad Tech Geek again says, could John either turn his camera off or stop moving? Well, we eventually got both by disconnecting, but yeah, it was making some people dizzy. Cheetah says Jonathan is like, Matt can be quoting lost scripture, so we can make fantastical lost scripture claims then. Okay, Talmud Yeshu stories are true. I mean, exactly. Like the minute you start having to dream up new scriptures that no longer exist is the minute you've left reality. Will Dance, thank you for the $5 super chat, says classic argument from ignorance fallacy from Big John. I mean, yeah. Well, what if there was something we don't know that agrees with me? I mean, that is as big of a argument from ignorance as you can get, I would imagine. I don't know if you can get worse than that. Jesus says, so God orchestrated events to ensure babies massacred in Bethlehem to ensure fulfilled prophecies. So God knew specific future events and let it happen. I mean, that is entailed in the view, right? If this was prophesied that the babies would be murdered, that means God theoretically would have caused it. But then again, if you believe in determinism, which the Bible seems to, the only way to understand it is through determinism, well, God orchestrated it anyways. There's no way to cut it. God killed those babies. Rissa says on TikTok, you can see your who's watching in YouTube, Justin. Who's watching? I don't even know what that is. I don't have a tab for like who's watching in my YouTube analytics. I can see a live count. Like I can see like how many people are watching me live, but I don't see anything for like who was watching most of your channel or most of your videos. Nothing like that. Ursmont coming in again, my friend, says, thank you for exposing the levels of deception that Christians are willing to go to in defense of their truth. Yule's blessings on all Dugites. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, Ursmont. And you're right. In order to hold on to this, you have to hold on to things that they're just flat lies. That's why we say, without lies, Christianity dies, because it's a house of cards built on lies. And the slightest gust of wind fucks the whole thing up. Reverend Nate says Jonathan is on some Pepe Silva shit. Well, I don't know who Pepe Silva is, but Jonathan is not living in the land of reality. Broken, thank you for the 666, is 39 now, deconstructing since high school. Justin and friends are helping me shake the final theistic fleas from my psyche. Thanks and love to you all. Well, thank you, bro. Kind of appreciate that. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're so determined in our work is because we are seeing people deconvert. We're seeing people think for themselves. We're seeing people leave behind the brain rot. Leave behind this idea that you need to check your brain at the door because the Bible says so. Space Lord, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, my dad once killed a snake that ate some of our chicken's eggs. Bertram, thank you for the animal dance. It says, those eggs hatched. He's more of a savior than Jesus, and dude is a carpenter. Oh, fuck. There you go. Nailed it. Prophecy fulfilled. No Jesus necessary. And Jesus again says, what is Jonathan's prophecy guy on YouTube? Is the Bible guy's evil? Oh, what if? What if Jonathan's prophecy guy on YouTube is the Bible guy's evil twin with a goatee who is on a vengeful quest to take down his brother? That'd be fun, actually.
Oh, what an easy win on my part. It's like a T-Rex fighting a baby chick. I'm not too worried about it.
Cooked. I'm not worried about Dalton at all. Dr. Fudge says, what if we can all come back from the dead and just have figured out how to do it, or haven't figured out how to do it yet? Maybe Jesus and Aristeus, etc., could figure out the trick. So what if there's a trick to resurrecting that is not a miracle, it's physical, and some people have just figured it out? It's an interesting question.
There is no spoon.
There's no spoon. Am I supposed to know what this means?
The Matrix.
You know nothing?
I'm glad I wasn't lost on everybody.
For my 16th birthday,
he just realized he was the one, and he figured out all the code.
Let me.
Have you ever had fun?
No. For my 16th birthday, I requested a multimeter. So that tells you a little bit about what I did as a child. I'm sorry, guys.
Did you watch The Matrix?
Oh, I don't think I watched the whole thing.
Did you? Okay. All right.
I know this thing.
What a cultural, the biggest cultural phenomenon of the late 90s, and Justin just happened to miss it.
You know, Justin, that's transphobic of you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Get on it, brother. Come on.
I put it on the
Canceled.
must-watch list. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I've been canceled so many times this month. Ash says, watched your top clips of the year video, some crazy shit, and went straight into the live. It's a Christmas miracle. Hell yeah, Ash. That's what I'm talking about. I can't believe you watched the whole thing. It's like 8 hours of Christian coping and crashing out. Juju, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, just to note that I am not a scholar by any means, but I'm quite positive that Matthew removed the important parts of Jeremiah's prophecy. Yeah, that's the case. The Lord saith, Doug will lead us out of the mind pretzel. Amen. Amen. Doug has no room for pretzels. And Iantu, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, now that the year of Dalton is upon us, it is. 2026 is the year of Dalton. I shall not only pray to Doug for the gay to come, but also stay. Oh, interesting. Okay, I got you. I see what you're putting down there. Rock hard for Doug, Sim flew up for Sharon, gay for Justin, and dangling for Dalton. Hell yeah.
Love it. Dangling for Dalton. It's gonna get on a shirt.
Yeah, dangling for Dalton's wild. I love dangling for Dalton. That's the thing that's just gonna happen now. That's the new thing. Okay. Warloth, thank you for the €5 chat. Says, if there would be God, you, Justin, and Doug, duality, would be mine. But I'm sorry, there isn't any God. Well, I appreciate that, Warloth, although I don't know if I want the responsibility of being a God. I would be fucking shit up. I'm just saying. I'd be smiting bitches. Sandspark says, say what you will about Jeremiah, but a literary work or speech expressing a bitter lament or a righteous prophecy of doom is known as a Jeremiad. Rock hard for Doug. Jeremiad. Oh, Jeremiad. Myad. Is a myad of a word I should know? Hold on. A myad has several meanings. Often.
Jeremiah is an actual word. A Jeremiad is a prolonged, often formal lament or denunciation that mourns the moral decline, social corruption, or impending doom of a community or a society, typically coupled with a call for repentance and reform.
It's a word that was literally made from Jeremiah.
Yeah.
So like my Monday morning?
Sorry about your Monday. That's wild. So they turned Jeremiah into another word. That's fun. Okay. Gretchen, good to see you, my friend. Gretchen says, justice for PhD free blame blitz.
No, you're doing it backwards, Gretchen. By the way, I blocked PhD free finally, and oh, my life is so much more peaceful.
Oh, good for you, bud.
I mean, was he repeat? How many times have you been on your channel?
Like 3 or 4 times, and he's come back on like alternate accounts and done the same shit. Like it's I'm just over it.
I get it.
I spoke to him once, and once was enough.
I don't know if I've spoken to PhD free. I probably have. I feel like I.
Oh, you should. I mean, if you haven't, you should. It's free content.
I'm pretty sure he was on Unapologetic one day.
He probably was. You may have zoned out there, though, Justin. So, like, yeah. I get that.
Yeah. When there's a topic that clearly is in Blitz's wheelhouse or clearly in Ian's wheelhouse, like, I'm just fucking off doing other stuff. I'm, like, trying to plan the rest of my day or, trying to get my shit straight. 123 says, isn't morality subjective? Can't you be a carnivore? Well, morality is subjective in my worldview. That's why it's my decision that I don't think I want to be a carnivore in 2026, but why I would never judge another person for being a carnivore. I was a carnivore all my life. But having talked to Ian and a few others on the topic, I think my particular worldview, my particular moral framework is pushing me personally towards not killing these animals. That's just me personally. I would never think negatively of somebody else for disagreeing with me on that. Richard Cox, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I love my pet fish. I have 5 koi. To your statement about fish, still rock hard for Doug, and I look forward to the stream. But thank you, Richard. I'm just messing with fish, by the way. I think most fish die of predation anyways. But I mean, it's a fair point. I mean, there probably are fish and they probably have more intelligence than I'm realizing. But also I've thought about this a bunch because so I used to go every year. I went completely vegan for Lent when I was a Christian. So I know how to eat vegan. I'm not going vegan. I'm just going without meat. So I'm pretty familiar with
salmon. Salmon's my favorite food in the whole world.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, salmon's going to be on the menu. So look, I think I got it. I got it down. It's basically just going to be extending for the entire year. But I think if I'm in a situation where like I'm hungry and there's just nothing to eat, and I'm at somebody else's house and they offer me meat, I'm not going to be a dick and turn it down. That's just me. It's already dead. I didn't kill it. And I don't want to be rude to the host or make them feel bad, right? So I know there are some people that are really strict on how they do it, but I don't know if that's going to be my style. Annis says the Christmas story is such a lie. I agree. It's a complete lie. It really is. It's a complete lie. And we proved that. Sonic Shroom says thoughts on Yahweh and his Asherah. Yeah, from Kuntalad Ajrud. So, I mean, the problem we have is like the gods and their various relationships change, right? So if you go to the Mesopotamian gods and you try to map out their relationships, who begat who's related to who, so on and so forth, you'll find that you'll have to create like 4 or 5 different maps because their relation changes with time and culture, right? So when we ask, like, was there a situation where Yahweh was thought to be like a related to Asherah, or not related, but married to Asherah? Well, the reality is, yes, there was a time period in which that seemed to be the case. Nevertheless, that time period seems to also be past. So, but the pottery at Kuntala Ajrud shows also there's a temple at Arad that they uncovered that is a Yahwistic temple, and they have these things in these ancient temples called standing stones. A standing stone is when you've got basically an idol inside of a temple, and it's not decorated or anything; it's just a stone. But in this temple at Arad, there are two standing stone, one of them shorter than the other, one obviously male and one female, which would lead one to believe that at this Yahwistic temple, Yahweh had a wife. And almost all of the ancient deities did. It would be weird to not have one. So the reality is, like, did Yahweh have a wife? In the early days, it seems to be the case. Was that always the case? And can we say assuredly that it was Asherah? Not so much. It's not that cold cut of a case. There's a lot of difficulties in there. When we talk about this, it's one of those subjects where it's like, well, we have somewhat limited evidence. Like I agree with the consensus of scholarship on these topics, but I would love to have a lot more evidence than what we actually have. Hank, thank you for the super chat. Says, oh, did I miss one? Master Machete here says, Dalton, we love you too, brother. Of course we do.
Mwah.
And Hank says, Jonathan's first debate? No, I think that was Jonathan's first conversation. Yeah, a debate would be a difficult category for what happened during Jonathan's discussion, but, you know, it could have been a lot worse. Charles, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, this is what happens to your brain on Christianity. It is. It scrambles your brain. Reverend 8 says, Doc, that was a hell of a way to drop a fact. Wait, what? Which fact? I need context, Reverend.
Did I say something?
No, this was at 9:30 when the super chat came in, so it's not related to what you
Wait,
said.
9:30 your time is...
Yeah.
That was like 45 minutes ago, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Who's Doc?
I don't know.
Doc Brown? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm confused now. Context matters, not just in the Bible, friends. Helium Biscuits, interesting name change. But thank you for the super chat. It says, please get Bad Illogical on with Blitz. Is that a name of a person? Was there a person in the chat named Bad Illogical? Bro claims he has mathematical proof for God. Get the grill ready. Praise Doug, Volta, and Faraday. Rule. Shit. I didn't see anybody in the guest request by that name, so unfortunately, nothing we could do about it. They were too scared of Dr. Blitz. Gretchen, with the continued super chats with some backstory. Thank you, Gretchen. Says, part 1 of 2. Look, I'm not saying that Blitz started the schism. We all know I did that. Fine, I own that. I always believe Dr. Blitz when he speaks. And so when Dr. Blitz said in his stream, his whores and verts should fight, maybe I took his words too far. My bad. Sorry. But we are here. But we are where we are. Schism stands. Scores of whores. Oh, shit. There are scores of whores out there.
Is the blame of the schism being lifted off my shoulders and placed on Blitz now?
It kind of seems like that's the case right now.
You can have it, Blitz.
Look, if my whores want to fight my verts, by all means, but not on Justin's.
Yeah.
Justin's is a place of peace. On mine, you just gotta get the dodgeballs and pelt each other.
Yeah, fight it out, friends. Fight out. There's no schism. Sam Stone, thank you for the $5 super. Just says, no, Andrew hasn't been banned yet, but Lux said he will be banned next time he calls. He was defending the SA of teenage girls, said it was okay. Oh, God. Was he being serious? That's
basically...
Was he in the Epstein files?
Basically, what happened was that when we started to talk about how Yahweh had basically raped Mary, it's crazy how fast Christians will start to engage in arguments that are very Islamic.
Oh, yeah, it's fair. Yeah, God can do whatever he wants if God wants to rape a girl.
He said that a 14-year-old girl can consent.
No, they cannot. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, red flags. Okay. Hey, oh, careful. All right, okay.
Justin, I'm actually going to dip out, but thank you so much for having me, and I'll see you
That's
later this week.
good to see you, buddy. Have a great
I'll be
holiday.
around.
See you, dude.
All right.
Likewise.
Volta,
Take
no,
care.
Volta,
Later, Dalton.
Volta, leave that thing alone. Listen, buddy, out. Come on. No, that's not a toy. You're not gonna. No, not you. No, we're not playing with the paintings. Why do you insist on breaking everything in my place? Okay. The cats are losing it. The cats are about to knock the stuff off my walls. Everything in the house. You know that I had that jar up here that said who hash? They broke it. They knocked it right on the floor. Just gone.
Oh. Oh man, you got cats, dude. You asked for it.
They're hellraisers, but what are you gonna do? You love them, right? Grand Vivian, thank you for the additional $20 super chat, my friend. Says firsthand eyewitness act of Doug's divinely delivered details via special revelation. 1.5 legged cat is horizontal pressure 2. Double dongers for Doug. 3. Explain the Dave Matthews Band. 4. Fuck fish. They're just a step above trees. This is divine revelation. Fuck fish comes straight from Doug. Oh boy. But like, to be fair, I don't know what goes on in the mind of a fish. It seems like there's not much going on there. Dr. Carla, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, imagine being 14 and sneaking into a Deconstruction live instead of sneaking out to a party. Times have changed since I was that age. I know. We were worried about doing other stuff, like we were trying to sneak alcohol from our parents or something.
No, I was the same. I got grounded from my Bible for several months because I was neglecting my homework.
Fucking Dalton got grounded from his Bible because he wouldn't do his homework. That explains a lot.
Parents felt extremely bad about it.
That's so funny. That's wild. Exactly the type of thing I would expect for you. That makes a lot of sense. Fucking grounded from reading the Bible. P Swim says, happy Festivus, guys. Can I ask about Planet being banned? Wait, what? Planet being banned? You mean Planet Peterson? What? Banned from what?
I'm not aware of anything.
What the fuck did he get banned for? When did this happen? I don't know. Listen.
And banned from what? TikTok?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on with Planet Peterson being banned from anything. This is certainly news to me. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about it. But if you know, let me know. Anna says, because love your sweater. Oh, because I love your sweater. Well, thank you, Anna. I really appreciate sending me $4.99 because you love my sweater. I appreciate that, friend. And Jumnus, thank you for the $2 Australian chat. Says Christmas starts on the east coast of Australia in 10 hours. Well, happy Christmas Eve at least so far. And 90.
Good eye, mate.
Oh, there you go. See, I can't do accents at all. Not good at them. 97 Echo, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says came up with a new Christmas saying, Jesus is the reason, 'cause of reasons. Feel free to put that on a mug. It's not bad. Jesus is the reason, 'cause of reasons. I mean, sure. Yeah, for sure. Oh, speaking of mugs, hold on. I gotta show you guys one thing. So the line is having what they've deemed a mug brawl. And what that means is that different people have, 1 second to get the link. Different contributors on the line have submitted their own coffee mug designs, and they're doing a competition to see which ones get bought the most of, and then whoever got the most will get an award. Hold on a second. Oh boy, where'd that go? There we go. Now we go. And so here's the website. It's linemerch.com. And my mug is this one right here. I submitted this one. It says, Jesus, he came, he lied, he died, end of story. That's it. That's the mug. So if you want to help me win the Mug Brawl trophy, run over to linemerch.com and buy the Jesus came, lied, died, end of story mug. And I'll update you to let you know how things go, friends. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Also, I think it's a dope mug. Percy says, I hate super chats. Well, I'm sorry about that. You don't have to super chat. I'm not telling you you have to do it, my friend. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Being here and being a watcher and sharer of the live stream means a lot. Aqua says, have you seen K-pop Demon Hunters? I've even fucking heard of them. Now, I've heard of the band Demon Hunters. I've heard of the band K-pop. I've never heard of K-pop Demon Hunters. That's some kind of weird mashup I've never come across just yet. Herbie Shine, thank you for the 10-pound chat. Says, thanks for your channel. A very happy Xmasville to you all. My depression is bad at the moment, and it helps to have shows to watch while I can't sleep at night. Herbie, I am so sorry to hear that. And trust me, I understand what it means to not sleep at night. Last night, I went to bed at like 2 in the morning. The night before that, it was like 4 in the morning. I struggle like fucking crazy to go to bed. My brain never wants to shut down. It just wants to go forever. But hope the best for you, Herbie. And we love you here. And you're part of a community. People care about you. Please don't be depressed if you can help it. Reach out to somebody when you get depressed. And perhaps having a sense of community can assist. But I get it. There's no cure for depression, you know? Aqua says, a crucified car is a Chrysler. Oh, fuck. You're right. You nailed it. Nailed it. And lions, Noah's lions. Somebody got it. Noah's lions ate dead babies on the ark. Says, do the kitty cats need Spider-Man imaginary friend pajamas too? Yes, they would love them. Absolutely love them. I wore your Christmas shirt that you sent me the other night on the stream. I'm going to wear the other ones after the Christmas streams are over. They're amazing. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. And Volsey, speaking of another member of our crew, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Merry Christmas, Justin. Rock hard for Doug. I hope we can co-host again one day. Hit me up on Discord so we can set it up. I absolutely will, Volsey. I'd love to set that up. We definitely got to get on a split screen again sometime. And Matthew, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, Happy Solar New Year. Here's for some catnip. Well, thank you. And we will definitely be getting some catnip for the kittens very soon, my friend. Andy, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says Babylonians greater than Medo-Persians, greater than Greeks, greater than 4 Greek subgroups. Or is it Babylon, Medes, Persian, Greeks for the empire? So the empires are the Babylonians, the Medes, the Persians, and the Greeks. And the reason why I have this is because almost all of our ancient literature has it this way. So in the Deconstruction cheat sheet, if you go to, there's a tab called Appendix. I put together a list of all the ancient sources on how they list the succession of kingdoms. And they all agree that the Medes and the Persians were in a succession of kingdoms. They weren't always a united kingdom. They were listed separately. In fact, Polybius writes the empire succession is Assyria, Media, Persia, and then the greatest is Macedonia. And then Amelius says the Assyrians were first of all races to hold the world power, then the Medes, after them the Persians, and then the Macedonians. Over and over again, all the ancient witnesses say that the Medes got there first. Even Jeremiah, Isaiah 13, says that the Medes are going to defeat the Babylonians. This is just what people thought in the ancient world. Nevertheless, I put together all kinds of sources to demonstrate that they were thought of as their own world power. In fact, in the Edict of Toleration by Constantine, Constantine lists some of the kingdoms. And he says the Jewish people were 5 times conquerors of the Samaritans. Let's see. Hold on. I'll just read it from the beginning. Emperor Caesar, Valerius, Maximinus, Invictus, Augustus, Pontifex Maximus, conqueror of the Germans, conqueror of the Egyptians, conqueror of the Thebans, 5 times conquerors of the Samaritans, conqueror of the Persians, twice conqueror of the Carpathians, 6-time conquerors of the Armenians, conqueror of the Medes, conqueror of the Abidanes. He lists as the people that he conquered, he lists the Medes and the Persians separate. He conquered them separately because they were thought of in the ancient times as being separate people groups. Chaos Engine says, pushing a new saying, Jesus is the reason for the treason. Ooh, please share it out. That's a pretty good one. Jesus is the reason for the treason. We agree on this, my friend. Hope you're doing well. And Dougied says, if there is no spoon, then why is there the idea of soup? Thief of Time by Terry Pratchett. I don't know what any of that means. I guess I need to know what the Thief of Time is.
Terry Pratchett, I think he might be one of the authors of Good Omens.
I don't know what that is either.
Oh, it's excellent. You'd love it.
Oh, damn. Let's check it out. Thank you. Steven, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I once got a multimeter for Christmas. I really wasn't expecting it. It was a fluke. That's good. That's good, Steven. That is, insiders know. Insiders know. That's what's up. Okay. To be fair, it's hard. I don't think I can ever justify spending that much money on a multimeter to buy a fluke meter. Someone said, Aaron, that is not a bad joke. That's an amazing joke. That being said, mine was a Craftsman. I got it when I was 16. It still works. It works great. It was a good multimeter then. It's a good multimeter now. I've got some damage on it from soldering when the soldering iron accidentally fell over on it and started melting it. But anyways, man, maybe one day I'll graduate to the big leagues and buy a fluke, but it's hard to justify spending the money on it if you don't really need it. Reverend Nate says, Justin, not knowing the Matrix is evil. Dr. Blitz's origin story. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know like any of the. I wasn't doing cool stuff back in the day. I was never cool. I was never in.
The name of the ship they fly in that movie is called the Nebuchadnezzar.
Ah, fuck. I gotta watch it. I'm sorry, friend. It's on me.
It's hella
It's
cool.
on me. It's on me. I'm the problem here. The Zener Thran, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, what stopped the gospel writers from actually authorizing Jesus fully fulfilling prophecies? Like some idiot in France would know the difference. So the problem is when they did the prophecies in the gospels, there was already a movement at the time to just roughly quote things out of context as though that's what it's about. Even we find it in the Talmud, we find it in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So they were doing something that was already in vogue. They were already doing midrash. They were already doing repurposing
Pesharim.
of the text. Oh, definitely doing Pesharim. So like it wasn't that they were just fools and they didn't know what they were doing. It's that a lot of people were already doing it. And so they were also participating in it. It was just what people did at the time. And if you think that the text is from God and it can't fail because you can't be honest, well, that's one possible way to get around it. Mike says, if knowledge is power, then faith is weakness. Indeed. I've never heard that, but that's fucking true. Hell yeah, it is. Big W for that one. And Sean, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, and also those 522 videos were just on Deconstruction Zone before I went full horrors. Holy shit. So who knows the real total? Merry Christmas. So Sean, you've probably watched more videos than anyone. You might be number one, Sean. You might be my biggest fan. Holy shit. And Zenrathan, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, but do you like Fish, Justin? The band? No. Was never a fan of Fish. That's not a band that needs to get replayed on any type of airtime in 2025. Gretchen, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, Justin, free is the I'm not a plantologist flurp. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Okay. So PhD free is the plantologist guy. I gotcha. I totally know now. I totally know. Thank you. Simple Programmer, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, the crash outs are what I kind of want to see for some reason, but the lives are for people like Pat. It's good work. Mr. Rogers, look for the helpers. Rockhard for like, well, thank you. I appreciate that, Simple Programmer, but you're right. When it comes to watching the replay videos, people want the blood. They want the blood and guts. They want to see the nasty bits. It's like you can't turn away from a train wreck. You just have to watch it and let it happen. You know what I mean? And so that's why, like, and people get mad at me, like, why do you post these like rage baity clips? Well, because that's what people want to see. Like, when I post the good conversation,
Blood sports. People have been watching blood sports for thousands of years, and we're not different people.
Yeah. When I post the good conversations, it gets half the watches as the blood sport. So Reverend Nate says Dr. Blitz corrected a caller about something by referencing his bully being named Emmanuel, but he just dropped it so casually. I mean, he does. Well, Dr. Blitz does most things casually because he's calm and collected and just fucking genius, you know? Jammin' J, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says Volta has potential, but Faraday is grounded. Here we go. Electricity jokes are fucking flowing. That's what we're talking about. Thank you, Jammin' J. I fucking appreciate that. I love a good electricity joke. I really do. I really do. Misinterpretations. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says we all know that Justin instigated the schism when he created the competition between buying memberships for each stream. Just saying. I'm not saying that I did that. What I am saying, though, is that the Deconstruction Zone vertical channel has doubled the amount of memberships as the whores. For some reason, the whores don't buy memberships at the same rate. I'm just saying that is the case. Charles, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, as a Christian calling, I've had a Bible ready. So that's the thing is, like, if you're a Christian and you're calling to talk about the Bible, why would you not bring a Bible? It's preposterous.
It's like going to a duel and like, well, I didn't bring my sword.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling to me. I don't get it. Gentleman Viking says cats are proof that the world isn't flat. If it had edges, cat would have pushed everything off. But no. So fucking true. 100% true. Okay, let me make sure I get this right. Dangling, what was DD for D?
Dangling for Dalton.
Dangling what?
Wait, what does double D mean?
No, shit.
Dangling dicks for Dalton? I don't know.
It was double dicked for Doug. Or double dongers. Double dongers for Doug.
There we go.
Double dongers for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. Gay for Justin. Fish equals tree. Look at the fish. Oh, you're right. Look at the fish. Look at the fish. That's a.
We're gonna have to get a whole cheat sheet just for the acronyms on this channel.
We're gonna need a Deconstruction Zone glossary at some point. I think that's. In fact, I have a relative that recently started watching my channel, and they're deconstructing, and they're like, it took me a while to catch on to all the inside jokes. There's a lot of inside jokes, and to be fair, that's just how it goes. That's how you know you're having fun. I'm sorry for the new people that there's so many inside jokes, but we're just gonna keep it running, you know. Omega, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Justin, there was a notification on your Discord that PP was banned from your community for telling one of his guests to unalive themselves. Oh, fuck. He said that? Shit. Well, that's not the type of thing you want to say in the community. I'll have to check up on that. I wonder what led to that. I got so many questions now. Well, fucking hate to hear that. Juju Penguins, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says to put towards a puzzle feeder for cats. I actually got one already, Juju. It's not here yet. I ordered it a couple days ago when I first learned about them. I didn't know about them, and so it's gonna be in like a week and a half. It'll be here because like they're just not like on Amazon readily. But yeah, a puzzle feeder should be really good for helping to keep the cat's claws from getting too sharp, and will help my me not to get torn into little bits by cat claws. Clever Moniker says, I received 0 notification of this live. I'm so sorry. Listen, that's on you, my friend. Well, also, it's on an off day. It's not part of the schedule, which, by the way, speaking of which, I did put a calendar in my link tree already. If you have my link tree or you're on my YouTube, there's now a calendar. There's a shared Google Calendar of when I'm live. It should be 99% accurate. It'll be more accurate than Jesus' predictions, at least. So that is a working thing right now. And Free Your Mind, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, you kick Thea's ass. Justin, love your show. Well, thank you, Free Your Mind. I appreciate that. And that's what we're looking to do. We're looking to free people's minds from toxic religions. And Steven says, you can't spell geek with... Oh, you can't spell geek without EE. You nailed it. Wait. You can't spell geek with an EE? I think it might be mistyped on that one, but listen, I got the joke. It was a good joke. I really do appreciate that. And someone just sent me an image right now. Oh, this is the whole thread. Oh shit. Okay. I'll read up on that. Thank you for the notification. I really appreciate that, Dalton. And Dress says, I know God isn't real because I still have to work on Christmas. If it really was Jesus' birthday, I think it would be a much bigger deal. Thanks, dude. So this is a fair point. If like this really was Jesus' birthday, and he really did want people to celebrate him for his birthday, he should have communicated it somewhere. His lack of communication is wild. But then again, divine hiddenness is a real problem. It really is. And Jumna says, what's God about perpetual infinity? A Watts joke is not one I had on my Beagle card. Big W for another electricity joke. Let's fucking go. That's what I'm talking about. Love to hear it. Sherry, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I figured out why so many people aren't finding your email. The view email link only shows up if you're on a PC. It doesn't show up on the YouTube app when it's on a cell phone. Shit, I didn't know that. Huh. Well, I can add it to the link tree, and then, everyone's got access to the link tree. Although I think it probably already is there. Hold on. Is Linktree? I gotta log into Linktree. I think my email might be on my Linktree. Give me 1 second to log in and find out. Justin at... Oop, wrong one. Then we gotta play the guess your password game. See if that does it. No? Yes? Is that it? Maybe? Yep, that's the right one. All right, save it. Let's see if my email's up here. Oh, this is... internet page is loading slow for some reason. Linktree website must be experiencing some heavy traffic or something. Okay, I've got a bunch of links in here. Are any of them email addresses? I did put a link to the new calendar. Discord server, Trovo, Atheist Bingo, DZ merch. No, I don't have it. Okay, I'll add it. Let me just add a link. Is there a way to add a email? Contacts maybe. I don't know if there is a way to do it on Linktree. Fuck. All right, I'll figure it out, friends. We'll find a way to make it a little bit more clear. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that was going to be a problem. Now we know. Now we know. Cora, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says happy holidays. I'm here for the catch, Justin. Kitty Voyeur. Well, thank you, Cora. It's good to hear from you. I hope you're doing well. And thank you for stopping by. It is the end of the live stream, though, unfortunately, and I've got to get some rest myself. But I'm sure somebody's live right now. Certainly somebody is live that we can go raid. Let's see. 1 second. I gotta log.
And while Justin's looking for that, just a friendly reminder to everyone that unless other plans come up, I will be going live at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time on Christmas Day.
Yeah, definitely make sure you're there to support friends. All right, who's live right now? Oh, fuck. We've got some people live. Not a ton. Mostly, they must mostly be live on TikTok, because not almost anyone's live on YouTube. Who's live on TikTok right now?
Let's see.
I'm gonna find out myself. Oh, Macluster's live. Yeah, hold on a second. I gotta log in.
The Michael Wiseman is live. Born Again is live.
Born Again's great. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta type my password in here now. Hold on. All right, almost logged in. All right.
Let go of me! Damn it, bitch! I said let go!
Almost there.
John says, little children, it is the last hour, as you have heard, an Antichrist is coming. Now are many Antichrists have appeared. That is how we know we are in the last hour.
Okay, so Mac and Jay
So there's
are
not just
live.
one
That should be fun.
Antichrist.
There were many. Gilmore.
I have the
We're gonna go
Epstein
follow
files
two
live.
creators right now. Oh shit, we got more super chats while we're finding. All right, give me 1 second to read these super chats. Then we're gonna go follow Jay and Macluster. We're tag teaming.
Gary, go into your father's concubines, the ones he has left to look after the house, and all Israel will hear.
We can't hear you, Justin. There's some crazy background noise.
Oh, so sorry, hold on. What about now?
There you go.
Sorry,
yep, that's better.
The TikTok tab opens with the audio blaring. It's not like an option. I forgot that it does that. Gary, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, imagine you're driving and the most beautiful woman pulls up next to you. She gestures you to roll down the window and she says, what kind of car is that? You whisper back, it's a Lucid. Merry Christmas and go Bills. Well, thank you, Gary. I appreciate that. You know what? Those are dreams that men have. But the funny part is, like, I think most women would be like, what the fuck's a Lucid? I mean, they'll think it's cool at least. I appreciate Gary adding to my my dream Lucid fund. I do appreciate that, my friend. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for supporting the stream. And Nad says, kitty cats quickly click and clatter. Crafty kitty cats kicking, clawing, and careening, while quirky cats quietly question other kitty cats' capers. That is a mouthful, and it does work. We know what we need. We do need an atheist rendition of The Night Before Christmas.
It's funny. I was literally just thinking the same thing today. I was like, oh, I could to read off a version of that.
Definitely need.
Maybe I'll do that for Christmas.
Yeah, someone's got to write a really good one and share it out with the community. Jumna says, is being amped up on the force scale. Oh, fuck. Another electricity joke. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That gets a rim shot. Love it. Love it. Thank you, Jumnus. Yeah, that joke does get, let's just say, a higher rating because it's got an electricity factor to it. All right. Let's grab our web browser. I'm going to show you all who we're going to go raid. We're going to go raid on TikTok, Jay Gilmore. In fact, give me 1 second because this browser has got his name cut off. I can fix that. We're going to go raid Jay Gilmore. Jay Gilmore. Mac Luster's in there right now and a bunch of others that are friends. So let's go all raid. Let's give them a Justin Dalton Doug raid. Tell them we sent you. Thank you so much for being here, friends. I really do love and appreciate y'all and hope to see you tomorrow and that you have a great holiday.
See ya.
See ya.